Test, 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 test. Yellow. What it do? Hello, what's up, Fonzie? Hello, y'all. Welcome, everybody. How are we doing today? Guys, tap the screen. Let's get this party started. Tap that screen. Let's get some debates going. Lots of good drama about SNAP benefits, y'all. Lots of good, juicy drama. Hello, Shelbo. Hello, Sydney. Hungover but good. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I did not party last night. I did nothing. Did a whole bunch of nothing. It was real nice. You guys want to help me get to like 10K real quick? We're only at 400 likes. Let's get to like 10K real quick and get some people in here. Let me get this guest window sorted and some other stuff. Good afternoon, trader. Hello.
What's up, man?
How you doing? Are you a Trump supporter?
I am in fact a Trump supporter.
Nice. What do you like about Trump, man?
Well, I'll tell you one of the reasons why I voted for Trump is that he's more for pro-life policies rather than Kamala Harris. And
Okay.
yeah, and that's one reasoning. Do you want to just me knock out a bunch of reasonings, or
I mean, we could go with pro-life. Is there anything else?
well, yeah, there is. I mean, I can go on and on, but I feel like like one of the main reasons were for the pro-life factors, and for he's more for it than Kamala Harris, and more also pro-life for abortions as well than Kamala Harris. He's more for it.
Strange. All right. So you're just super pro-life. You think no matter what, even if we have an authoritarian government, pro-life is worth it?
100%.
Wild. How do you feel about Trump withholding SNAP benefits from people? So while he might be pro-life, he doesn't give a shit about people who are actually alive.
Why would you say that?
So technically, right now we have two judges telling Trump, "Hey, dude, you're pretending like there's no SNAP benefits November 1st, but we can see that all you've done is just turned off the machines, and you literally have billions of dollars that we can use for this exact situation, but you don't want to fund anything. You want people to starve. Is weird." One in 5 children go to bed hungry every night. I don't know where he went. Yeah, he just left. It's all right. 12 states currently suing Trump because of SNAP. What's up, Sarah? It's real bad. It's real damning. How you been feeling? I've been good. I took the last few days off. Just kind of did my own thing. Just gamed, spaced out, dissociated. Chat, if you're a Trump supporter, you want to debate, hop in the box. Guys, don't forget to tap the screen. We're stuck at like 3K likes. If we can jump up to like 10K in the next few minutes, we'll probably get some algo love. Give me a sec, guys. How is everybody doing? What else did I miss besides SNAP benefits? Play new Outer Worlds yet? No, I'm playing Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy 14. Do I think Kamala Harris would have been a better candidate? Factually, yes. Yes. I saw someone comment that the other day, like, can you imagine where this country would be if Kamala won? Like, we wouldn't have tariffs in the whole world. We wouldn't have the whole world fighting over all of this shit. We wouldn't be bombing Venezuela. We wouldn't be threatening multiple countries to take them over. It's a joke. It's a joke. We would have been like in a good economy, business as usual. We would have lower unemployment. We'd have lower inflation. It's just real sad that we didn't win. Women would have possibly more rights by the end of the 4 years. Like, this is like the worst presidency I could imagine. Like, can you imagine if Kamala won? Oh my god. How steady the economy would be too. I know, dude. I know. Kamala wouldn't be starting wars. Putin wouldn't have got a bunch of free hits on Ukraine. I don't know. The White House would be intact. Yeah, we Signal would have a few less users. Share the live, y'all. Tap the share button. That counts as a share. We're almost at 10K likes as well, y'all. 8,800. Let's get to 10K real quick. She never seemed very competent in her interviews. Big Unk Ballin, dude. Have you heard Trump speak? It can only good. What does he say? It can't be bad. It can only good. Dems are using malpractice for trying to debate law instead of opening the government. Malpractice? That's what y'all are doing? So Trump withholding SNAP benefits maliciously, even though he could release them to feed people, he got caught with his hand in a cookie jar, and this is the story that you came up with. Am I doing okay without my stamps? I'm doing just fine, y'all. Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen. Can you imagine? Can you imagine a world where we all spoke like that? The sharks and the batteries. Guys, we would be far less educated on sharks and batteries if Kamala won. We wouldn't know that autism is caused by Tylenol. That's a real setback. We wouldn't have bailed out Argentina so that Trump's rich friends could play the stocks and bail themselves out of their horrible investments after he told them to go invest in Argentina. And then our beef farmers wouldn't be fucking fucked by introducing a bunch of cheap beef into the market. Even though Trump said he was America first and he's gonna somehow help domestic industry, but it's a blatant instance of him fucking over domestic industry. What about the ballroom? The ballroom. Can you guys imagine if we didn't get the ballroom? How horrible we'd be? We're great again. Whew. There we go. Chat, if you are a MAGA supporter and you want to debate, hop in the box. Come tell me why you like Trump. Shouldn't be that hard. He's the greatest president in history, right? Shouldn't be that hard. And it definitely shouldn't start with, I kind of support Trump. Hello?
Hello?
Hi, are you a Trump supporter?
I am.
Are you over 18?
I am.
Cool. What do you like about Trump?
I like everything about him. I don't think he's ever done anything wrong for this country.
That's
I
wild.
agree with everything he does.
Isn't that kind of like a sycophantish, right? Like even Biden did some stuff that I didn't like.
Biden did a lot of stuff wrong, so I don't blame you.
Can you name one thing Biden did wrong?
Yes.
What did he do?
He got elected.
All right. After he got elected, what did he do that was wrong?
Pretty much everything.
Can you give me one
Every
example?
time he picked up his pen, it was a wrong stroke. It was a wrong move.
All right. Can you give me a good example, or are you just not really in tune with what happened?
I can.
Okay, give me one.
So much better.
You're cutting out. I literally didn't get any of what you just said. You there? Hello?
Does my internet have one bar?
There you go. Biden's rolling out internet to the to all the rural areas where the Republicans
No.
live.
Biden has nothing to do with my internet. My internet.
He's rolling
is
it.
just
He's
bad.
rolling out
My
faster internet
is
for
just
you.
bad. It has
He's
nothing
rolling
to
it
do
out.
with-
He's expanding
nothing to do
broadband.
with politics.
He's expanding broadband internet to all the to all the rural areas that Republicans live in. So just wait, it's coming.
It will get to me. Trump will save me. Please save us, Donald Trump. 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 Trump, please save these liberals in this chat. Trump, please save these liberals. Please save this liberal man with these glasses, sir. Trump, please save this liberals. Please save this liberal. Trump, please save this liberal. Trump, I'm praying for you.
You know that this doesn't just happen by itself. You can't just pray it away. You got to tell me why I shouldn't be a liberal.
It's the devil.
All right. Hello.
I love you.
Chat. Tap the screen. Let's get to 20K real quick. If you're a Trump supporter, you want to debate, hop in the box. I don't know if she's being serious, y'all. Hello.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, so what's your thoughts on radical Zohan Mamdani becoming NYC mayor?
I think he's fantastic.
Yeah, but he's gonna do bad stuff.
Uh-oh. What's he going to do?
First of all the rich people are gonna go to Florida, and that's gonna take money from the city.
Oh, no.
All the
no.
revenues lost.
Doesn't Trump just straight up say he's not going to fund New York at all now? I think you can look at Trump and say that's your problem, bigger than Zoran Mamdani.
Yeah, but all the billionaires are gonna go to like Connecticut and New Jersey, Florida.
They're already there. If they don't want to be there, then that's cool. That's fine. But you're going to see that there isn't going to be a max exodus. And then following that, there's just going to be a bunch of people like Zoran Mamdani that are going to win elections.
Yeah, but like, we're gonna. It's not gonna be good, though. It's gonna hurt the economy, the New York economy.
Yeah. What about those tariffs? How those tariffs doing for you, bud? How those tariffs doing for the economy?
Well, that's more of like a thing. It's like not gonna be good in the short term. It's gonna be better in the long term, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Same thing with Zoran Mamdani.
Yeah, but another thing is he wants to have like these mental health people like deal with crimes and like not the police, and it's not good
Yeah.
at all.
It's literally, we have the world's population, 25% of the world's population imprisoned. I think it's about time for us to figuring out something else. Like, it's about time to start doing that. Every once in a while, you guys are convinced that tough on crime is bad. Like during last campaign, you thought that Biden was so bad because he did the 94 crime bill. But now you're all for tough on crime. You want to lock everyone up again. So I don't know. I can't really figure out what y'all like, but I don't think it makes any sense to keep going back to the old way. It doesn't really work. And that's what y'all keep doing. I think something new is a good idea.
Yeah, but if these mental health incidents, spiral out of control, I mean, it's not going to be good if you don't have a police officer there.
Okay, to shoot someone or something? Well, why do we
No,
need a
but,
police officer there?
Because like if it gets out of control, it could be dangerous for everybody involved.
Okay. You're just worried about the counselors being involved?
Yeah, I mean, I would just say that you can have counselors, but maybe you need to have like a cop with them too.
Okay. Wow. We'll see how that plays out. There are entire countries that don't have police with guns, and they're seemingly doing just fine. So,
like what countries? Third world countries?
No, like the UK.
The UK. Yeah, well, the UK actually has like very bad crime.
No, they have crime at 1/5 the level we have. How is it bad? It's 1/5 of what our crime is.
Well, yeah, but there's been a lot of like riots about immigration there.
All right. Some people tricked them into being angry. Cool.
But New York City, there's a lot of the crazy people there, and that's not good.
Okay. That's why we need police. What do police do for crazy people?
Yeah, but I'm not going to defund the NYPD potentially.
Yeah, and again, what do police do for crazy people that counselors can't?
Well, police can actually, control the situation.
Uh-huh. All right. Yeah, we've seen that they can't, and they end up killing people, and then you guys cheer it on, and we're just not for that. So
you're telling me that, the police shouldn't be in the subway?
what do they like? Some police in the subway is fine, but we don't need as many police. Like, what do you need police for, brother? What do you need? What do you call the police for? When's the last time you called the police?
I called the police like maybe a year ago.
For what?
Can't remember exactly what, but it was for something dangerous.
Okay. Did they save you?
Yeah, I mean, they stepped in and did a good job.
Sure, I believe you, since you remember all the details. I've never had the police come and assist me out of a dangerous situation. They've come 4 days later, but they've never come when the thing happens. I just saw a hit and run happen outside of my house like last week. I called them and they told me to fuck off and file it online. And then the actual victim called and they go, yeah, file it online. And then the police came like 6 hours later. We don't need police to do that. We're good. I got my truck stolen a few years ago. I called them and they made an appointment with me 5 days later. Like, a mental health professional is just as capable of doing these things, man.
So you're saying that we don't need police at all?
I think we could definitely have a huge reform. Huge reform. We could water down the police big time. Yeah.
So you think we should have much less police, like just like cut it back a lot?
I think that Zoran Mamdani's got the right idea. the mental health professionals would be far more effective at helping people than somebody with a gun who failed through high school and I don't know, just doesn't know what he's going to do with his life, and he hates authority, so he wants to be in charge. Like that's I think the typical cop with like authority issues, small man syndrome. I think of Sonia Massey. I think of that fuck that shot her in her kitchen, and I think, wow, yeah, we could do without all that.
So so you say you want to cut back on police, so you want to cut back on the fire department too,
Why would we cut back on the fire department?
because they both serve like basically the same function.
No, the fire department puts out actual fires. They respond to actual problems, and they're uniquely skilled and qualified to do those things. Police, not so much. I think that's a random pivot there.
Yeah, but let's
When's
say
the last time a
somebody
firefighter killed somebody? When's the last time a firefighter choke slammed somebody onto the concrete?
well, the truth is, sometimes firefighters they like damage cars, like trying to like
With the
well,
jaws
the
of
thing,
life, trying to pull people out? Okay.
well, the thing is, Mamdani might defund the FDNY too.
All right, that's just radical thinking. That's like you better be careful. They're going to start marrying dogs. You guys are going after same-sex marriage, by the way. Again, it's so sad. You wonder why, like, I don't know. You can't get anybody like from our side to be like, yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Like, no, you guys are wild right now, dude. You guys are kicking people out, mass deportations, arresting people. We could literally do without the $140 billion ICE funding too, and things would be 1,000 times better. We wouldn't see kids freaking out watching their moms getting thrown to the ground because she couldn't memorize her fucking social security number. We wouldn't have that happening all the time.
Yeah, so you really think about the the police, but what happens if somebody attacks you in public or something? What's going to happen then or at night?
How fast are the police coming in that instance? Again, I just told you in Dallas, it takes 4 days to get an appointment with the police. So again, what are they going to do?
Well, actually, like last year, I have a parking spot in like this garage, and I parked my car, and like somebody was in my parking spot, so I called the police, and they came quick, and we called the person, and the person moved their car, so they helped me there.
All right. I can't take it seriously. Hello? Hello? All drops? All right.
I love you.
God. Hello?
Yo,
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter? Hello? Bub, we've got the radio on. Are you driving? All right, chat, follow the stream if you enjoy these debates. Tap the screen. Let's get to 50K. Let's get some more guests. If you are a Trump supporting and want to debate, hop in the box. The parking spot thing was hilarious, dude. You call a tow truck, not the police. Exactly. If somebody attacks me, I'm calling an ambulance, not the police. How many did Obama deport? 3 million. 3-ish? 3 million? But he didn't come out and call them vermin and say they're poisoning the blood of the country and say they're rapists and killers and say all these problematic things that result in white supremacists going mask off. It's a little different. He didn't fund ICE by $140 billion. Mom Donnie will ruin our lives. I love this for y'all. While we're actually having our lives ruined by the President of the United States, you guys are crying that Mom Donnie is going to hurt y'all in the economy. Somehow more than Trump has. More than Trump's insane fucking tariffs and his fucking insane corruption and getting all of his friends rich. Did Obama give them due process? Obama did expedited removals, which was controversial at the time. But even now, if that's all Trump was doing, we would be fine with it, right? But that's not what he's doing. He's even like kicking legally present people here. He's reduced the amount of refugees we have as a nation from 125,000, I think, to 7,500, and he's bringing in white Africans, mostly white people, which is weird. And then he's saying they're being genocided, which is a complete lie. Now we could focus on America. I mean, you guys are tearing healthcare away from Americans. You guys are doing nothing but tearing things away from Americans. Can you name a thing that you guys have given them since you've been in office? Like, you guys chanted America first, but you've done nothing but take things away from Americans? So the Africans are lying? Yeah. Or, well, Trump's lying. Nobody in Africa is saying this. They're like, Elon Musk will find the next genius. Oh my God. Jesus fucking Christ. If all South Africans were like Elon Musk, I think South Africa would be in different shape right now. Sports, you're a friendly. Hello.
I love you.
Oh my God. Chat, if you're a Trump supporter, hop in the box. If you're friendly, get out of the box. Opposition only. Democrats American are holding America hostage. You guys have the majority and control all different branches of the government. You could open the government by yourselves right now. The refugees are saying it. Last year, there was a reported 8 white people murdered in Africa. And 64 farm help hands were murdered alongside them who were not white. It's not a thing. It takes 60 in the Senate. Guys, you have given your friends a giant tax cut, and we're about to see subsidies for Medicaid expire, and premiums are going to double. People are going to die. We want them renewed. God forbid, part of reopening the government is making sure that millions of Americans don't have their fucking healthcare double and die. Literally, if you've seen some of the samples, they have some really terrifying examples of premiums that have jumped since these things dried up. For a couple age 65, premiums yearly will jump $16,000. That's more than $1,000 a month. And if you're on a fixed income, you're just fucked. Sorry. American, you're a troll. You're a troll. No trolls. What about the Gatsby party as Snap runs out for 42 million people? I saw that. How's my Halloween pickles? I didn't do anything, guys. Open enrollment is even shorter now, too. I won the debate. You're not debating. You're joking. You're talking about a parking situation is why you need police officers, armed police officers. You know, man, I'm from Texas too, and you can go ahead and leave to Mexico. You can leave to Russia if you want authoritarianism so bad. No one's going to die. Of course they are. What do you mean Pickles is lying? If your insurance rates go up so much so that you can't afford them and you can no longer afford your medicine or your health care, and there are people literally just laying in a hospital bed right now who would cease to have coverage, it would be kicked into the streets. Right? How would that not happen? How many people are from moving to red states? Everyone is escaping blue states. It's not even true. It's not even true. You guys just have they show you guys the strangest statistics. Do you know there's more people moving to California per capita than like from Florida than to Florida from California? I love that fact. An authoritarian by forcing a jab. Nobody forced the jab. You can get a COVID test, not the jab. That was the other option. Remember? You guys are such fake. You guys are such full of crap, full of poo-poo. There was only 1 year more people moved out of California. They think it's a spiral ever since. Yeah. In the military, it was get the jab or lose your jab. That's how it always has been, right? There's 17 vaccinations you have to get. Your body is no longer yours in the military. It's the U.S. government's, right? How is one to request to get in the box? You just click on this little button right here. Looks like 2 people. Citizens leave blue states and blue states replaced with illegals. Oh my God. Hello?
Yeah, hello.
Hi, are you a Trump supporter?
To some extent, I think a better way to put it would be I lean right, and in the last election, Trump more so agreed with my personal beliefs.
Which personal beliefs would those be?
Primarily, I guess what I would want to talk about is 2 things: universal health care and then gun ownership.
Sure.
Do you have
Okay.
any specific, either one of those that you would want to touch on first, or do you want me to?
Yeah, why wouldn't you want universal health care?
So the reason why primarily I think universal healthcare is bad, and it's not like 100% bad, there's a certain way I think about it that would be more beneficial than asking taxpayers to pay for an overarching universal healthcare. But basically, I think it takes the financial responsibility away from individuals that make poor health decisions and puts it on the collective instead.
Holy cow. Yeah, that's wild. First of all, this is the math itself just makes it like like there's no alternative that is any better, right? So other countries have twice as better outcomes with half the cost. So if you just want to continue paying insane amounts of coverage while not covering someone else, which is what you already do, right? If you're insured, you're paying for people who have shitty health to be covered just in a smaller pool, in a more expensive way, and in a way that some CEO can deny you coverage. That's it. And you're paying in a way that's twice as expensive.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, so you're already doing that, the thing that you hate. And that's just, I feel like, the mind virus of conservatism, where they get you to think like, I'm not paying for your health care, or you need to pick yourself up by your bootstraps. We're in the richest country in the world. And the fact that we have such a bad problem with homeless people, and people's number one reason for debt is healthcare. And then Trump just goes around it. He just fucking wrote an executive order to make it to where medical companies can put medical debt back on your credit score. Who does that help?
Yeah. No, I kind of, I get that part. I understand exactly where you're coming from. I really do. Now, I'm not saying I don't know if you heard this from me a second ago. I got a call while I was talking. So I'm not saying our current healthcare situation is great. I know that it's not, it sucks. I understand that. But the way I look at healthcare is everyone should be paying for their own shit, right? For their own necessary situation. Hold
That's
on, let me finish.
impossible.
Before, it can be possible. Okay, so the reason I say that is because okay, let me kind of sort out my thought process here. If you want to think about just healthcare as a whole, right? Everyone needs healthcare at some point in their lives. But people who make poor health decisions will need that more often, and will need that, at their own expense, because they're making those poor decisions. Right.
Again, you're already doing that twice as hard.
No, I get it, but the way to counteract that isn't spreading the cost of healthcare amongst everyone, but rather lowering the cost of healthcare and making it more transparent.
I think what you're just
Rather
talking about
than-
is JD Vance's most recent thing, like cheap healthcare for people who don't need it, expensive healthcare for people who do need it.
No.
I think it's a horrible system. So if you want cheap healthcare, just like you're alluding to, and you just hate paying for everyone else, universal healthcare is the best example. The best option, because in the time period like your 20s, when you don't need it so much, you're going to be paying more than you want. But when you're 60 and you're cashing in $200,000 because you need a fucking hip replacement or some shit, you're not gonna be able to afford that, man. No matter how well you think you're gonna do in life, you're not gonna be able to afford that, ever.
Right, but that's not necessarily the reason that cost is so high. Isn't there's no other reason for it other than hospitals charging up the ass for nonsensical things.
Because
Can we
they
agree-
have to.
agree on that?
Because our system has so many people slip through the cracks that they have to gouge insurance companies to make up for those losses. And then in turn, insurance company have to figure out ways to deny you coverage to make up for their losses.
What
It's
do
a
you mean by
horrible
slip through the
game.
cracks?
So people, I don't know, they don't have the money to pay, but they have to have life-saving treatment. Like somebody had a heart attack. If you're in a hospital, you have to be treated, and that could end up $30,000 or something. But you don't have the money to pay for that. So then the hospital says, "Well, fuck, we have like 300 of those, and then we have all these other people under insurance. We're gonna have to gouge this insurance company to make our, the bottom line at least black." So
Right, but why does you have a heart attack and care for a heart attack cost $30,000? Why is that?
just like I said, they're covering lots of people who can't pay their bills. And if we had everyone pay their bills, if everything was covered, hospitals wouldn't be scraping the floor for pennies every time they cover somebody for something.
So your thought process is hospitals don't make enough money to cover overhead and their expenses.
Correct. Yeah. In fact, 1 out of 5 rural hospitals are going to be shutting down because Trump defunded them. Yes.
Okay.
20% of all people are born on Medicaid.
Okay.
20%. 1 out of 5 kids. It's not just people who are in bad health. This is a straw man. This is a racket that someone fed you to make you upset about paying for universal health care. If your money went into a pool that did this, it would be cheaper. Why would you hate that?
I mean, I guess you have a point if that's actually what would happen.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because all right, let me at least explain what my thought process would be for a good healthcare sort of, not necessarily a solution, but just an idea, right? So in my eyes, I think that companies that their products contribute the most harm to people's health should have a mandated amount of money that they take from their sales to funnel into a pool to pay for those health.
We already
issues.
kind of do that. We do that with cigarettes. We do that with alcohol. We do that.
Well, cigarettes and alcohol, that's the obvious one. But I'm taking McDonald's, Wendy's.
Okay,
Really,
sure. Okay, I mean, sure. Okay, but again, this doesn't solve it. If we had universal health care for people who are unhealthy and are costing us millions or billions of dollars, or whatever, they would have preventive health care and they would go to the doctor for free all the time, every year, and make sure that they catch signs of being pre-diabetic or have cancer before it's stage 4. Like, all of these things would be so much cheaper.
right, but those are like, even so, if those things are so much cheaper, then what's the incentive of living a healthier lifestyle instead of a more comfortable one that doesn't necessarily...
I feel like your grievance
health.
is like this attitude of people that you don't like. And that's not the overwhelming majority of people who need help. I think that that's the problem. I think that you have to get over that. If anything,
What do you mean?
if my taxes do anything, it's to feed people and at least save someone's life. I could literally give a fuck. Like, what else? Like, the military can suck dicks. Everything else, that comes last. I think feeding people is a no-brainer, and I think healthcare is a fucking no-brainer. Like, think of all the people who aren't, like, the people you hate. Like, all of the helpless kids that might need surgery. Like, that would save them. And be
it's not
cheaper.
about if I hate people. You know what I mean? Because I don't necessarily, like, think about, all these people that I hate that are, Democrats or some shit. I hope they die and don't get health care. I don't think that. You know what I
I'm
mean?
not
I
saying
hope they
that,
do
but
get
there is a
healthcare.
general attitude of Republicans that, like, my
Yeah.
dad's Republican, and he's pointed to homeless people when I grew up, growing up, and he'd be like, look at those people. They're there by choice. He hate that,
Right.
like, they hate poor people. It's the general consensus of the Republican Party.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not like super Republican, I guess, if that's a consensus, because I don't hate poor people, right? I don't think they deserve to be poor, or certain life situations happen. Do I think people can get out of poverty? Sometimes yes, sometimes no, right?
Sure. But the thing is, there's a thing called social mobility, upward mobility, and there's countries who do it way better than us. And if you really truly don't want to see people poor, starving on the streets, like you demonize California for, that's what it is. That's one step towards it. Universal health care.
I think it's disingenuous to compare the U.S. to other countries, honestly,
Why?
because the U.S. is unique in almost every way from any other country.
Okay. In what way would there be like, what unique trait would the United States have that would make universal health care not work?
Well, I mean, primarily it's society and culture driven. That's the main difference.
What culture makes you unable to pay the tax increase and receive your health care?
That's not like the point I'm trying to make. I'm trying to make not necessarily, if our culture is different than Sweden, we can't pay taxes. Right, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, what part of the culture
I'm
stops
saying
this from
that-
being a thing, though?
Just our culture around being unhealthy.
If anything, it's the United States of America's culture to be fat. That's what we're known for, man. What do you mean it's them? It's us. Like,
That's what
we
I'm
need to
saying, it
fix
is
that.
us.
It's universal health care, man.
I agree.
We need to
I
fix
agree
that.
that it does need a fix.
That's causation correlation. We need to have universal health care so we stop having people morbidly obese who are on food stamps in food deserts buying the cheapest, most calorie-rich food so they can survive, and just so happen to turn out to be unhealthy looking because of that. Yeah, I agree.
And I agree as well, right? But I think where the difference lies is that you want to remove personal responsibility, whereas I want to put more personal responsibility on that.
There's no
because
such thing.
generally-
Personal responsibility is not a thing you can go do, right? We just have to make sure that the masses that live all different walks of life live somewhat in a generally better place in a society, and it's somewhat generally better place. And then maybe they might have some more upward mobility and take more personal responsibility. Maybe if we give them a ladder, they can climb. Instead, what you're doing is just kicking the ladder out from under them, being like, fuck you, figure it out. I did it. But we know that the math is that there's a certain portion of society who doesn't intuitively have those things, like the ability to just lift themselves up and do all these things. Some people have mental health issues. Some people have like inherent issues that they just can't do these things the same way you can. And that's something people need to understand.
Aren't the majority.
Okay, and how do you know that just lazy people are the majority, that people making personal decisions are affecting your wallet?
Well, what do you mean by that?
Like, this is 1.6% of our tax dollars. And the fact that you guys want to scrutinize this so hard is insane. 1.6? You guys are spending $1 trillion a year on the military, and you guys are fucking magnifying glass, knees and fucking arms in the dirt, looking at the 1.6% we send on fucking food stamps, man.
Yeah. Well, military, like, again, you are putting a little bit of generalizations on me. I don't necessarily support how much we spend on military. Let's just talk like me and you outside of the realm of conservatives and liberals or whatever the fuck. Right? Because, you know, I don't really agree with some of those takes.
I think this... Let me show you this.
Sure.
For us to even be talking about this is so dumb and so far past something that's reasonable. This green is our military, okay?
Yeah.
This is where our money's going. This is what you're scrutinizing: unemployment, this tiny wedge right here. And like, I don't know, this, you're scrutinizing that. You're like, how can we shave more off of that? And while some people might like deservingly lose their coverage, at least those fucking idiots that I hate don't get it. Like, that's not the thought process I go through.
Mm. So I guess I would ask the question, what would universal health care really look like from your perspective?
So Bernie did a great job of breaking down like Medicaid for all. And what it would look like is roughly anyone after $28,000 would see a roughly 4% increase in their taxes. Employers would see a 7.5% tax, which is something they already pay right now, right? They already pay for half of people's insurance premiums. So this would just be that. And you would basically be able to go to the doctor for whatever the fuck you want, you know, barring, you know, super elective things.
So
like you can't go get
increase, Sorry, can you go back to that $28,000 and the tax increase, the 4% tax increase that you said? Give me like, you know, maybe a little bit better explanation on it.
Yeah, so your income would be taxed at an increase of 4%. So you already pay insurance premiums, I'm assuming, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so is it roughly 4% of what you pay right now?
Well, I get insurance through my employer, which is also myself. I have to run the numbers a little bit, but maybe let's just say yes.
Okay. Yeah, so it would just replace that. And it slowly builds, and I think in like 10 years it changes a little bit.
So is it 4%, just like so that we get the like tax numbers correct? Is it 4% for anyone making over 28,000? Is that what you said?
That's the beginning. That's the introductory rate.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
And would it change in higher tax brackets? Would anything change, or is it just stable 4% across the board?
No, it's not stable 4% across the board. Hold on. I'm going to pull up. All doctors take Medicare too. They're set the pricing anyways. Yeah. Sanders introduced the act. What are the tax increase? So the logic is that under the current U.S. healthcare system, lots of private premiums, out-of-cost pockets, employer insurance contributions, and many uninsured or underinsured folks lead to high overall costs. Sanders argues that inefficient, regressive, and unsustainable. So again, like if you had universal healthcare and you hated your job, you would be stuck at your job, considering you have like a full family, insured, you know, your children, you're about to have a baby or something. That would negate that. Would take that away. Same thing with some administrative reduce overhead, gain bargaining power for drugs and services, and that's the other thought. So just like Biden did with a bunch of other drugs like insulin and like heart medicine and all this shit, he said, hey, if you want all of the customers we have on Medicare, you're going to have to give us a good price. Otherwise, we're going to go to someone else. And they said, fuck yeah, we'll take all of the customers. Instead of charging you $300, we'll charge you $25. And they make money, we get a good deal, etc. We would have an even better deal than that, considering it wouldn't just be tens of millions of people, it would be 350 million people. We get even better prices on all of our pharmaceuticals.
Oh, and thank you for that information. But can we jump back to the question I asked in terms of like the 4%?
Yeah, sorry.
And all that?
What's the effect, the standards, the side effects? Just explain the tax increase system in a graph. Okay, 7.5% on all wages, with first 2 million exempt per employer. 4% increase income above 29,000 for a family of 4. And then up to 70% on income over 10 million. So progressive tax brackets for top earners. Same as income tax rates. So again, income for top earners is not a big portion of their actual income, right? So like if you own a business, right, you don't pay yourself like $1 bajillion every year. You pay yourself like a small salary, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they would tax. They wouldn't, yeah. Same as income tax rates, so capital gains, tax wealth. We would do it a capital gains tax.
Charge it on W-2 income?
I'm sorry?
They'll only charge it on like W-2 income is what you're saying?
Yeah, not 1099s.
Full income?
Oh, yeah.
Well, not
on
even
your
necessarily 1099, but
Yeah.
let's say I have an S Corp, for example, right?
Yeah.
Which is a pass-through entity.
Yeah.
All the income is taxed in my personal tax bracket.
Oh, okay. Then that's different. That you might, I don't know.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, you also don't pay yourself a ton, so that's fine.
Right, but profit sharing, as a pass-through entity, there's profit sharing that gets taxed.
Okay.
So is it, you know, like let's say, or even like capital gains, right? People make millions of dollars in capital gains.
Mhm.
Would that income be taxed
Yes.
for that same?
Mhm.
Exactly.
Yeah. I think that's fine.
Is it though?
Yeah. Do you have a
It's
house?
like now you're saying that like somebody who sells a building for $10 million gets taxed capital gains tax, and then it also gets taxed 70% on top of that.
Wait, you would have to say it's personal income after that. You don't do a business. No one would do that.
I mean, if you sell your business, sure.
Yeah, but you're going to make a profit on the business too. You're going to pay taxes on that. Yeah, every time money moves, you have to pay taxes.
Well, sure, yeah, obviously, but not 70%.
Yeah, but that's like at a top earner. First of all, if you're making $10 million individual income, you're a billionaire, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
100%. But let's say 1 year, like I said, I sell my business for $10 million.
Mm-hmm.
I have to pay $7 million in taxes.
That's if you put it in personal income, you could just make an LLC and push the earnings into that. Why would you push it in your personal income?
Sure. Yes. But regardless, it depends on how you structure your corporation.
Your accountant would catch you and be like, hey, don't do that. I promise you. You had $10 million?
No, I know. But it's a pass-through entity, right? Like S Corp, for example.
Yeah, so don't pass it all the way through. Put it in your S Corp. It's tax-free. It's just chilling there, right?
That's not necessarily how it works.
I know. But the thing is, we have this, like individuals already do this, right? You own a house?
Yeah. Not yet.
All right. Well, people who own a house every year, their house value goes up, and the county gets to call you and send you a big fat tax bill for that money that you haven't even really made yet, and you're paying taxes on that. All individuals do this.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah, I understand.
So I think it's only fair.
Gotcha.
And
Okay,
also
I mean-
there's that loophole where people were billionaires, instead of paying themselves, right, which is not something they do. They take out huge loans and use their stocks as collateral, and instead of paying taxes, they're just paying the loan interest, which is way smaller. And
Yeah.
it's tax free. We need to find a way to tax them because they got an infinite money glitch and they're just accumulating all of the wealth.
Yeah. I mean, wealth distribution is a whole nother monster. But okay. I mean, I definitely respect your opinion on universal health care and all that stuff. I don't want to be disrespectful to you.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you.
Yeah. And then if you don't mind, I don't know if I'm taking too much of your time, but if you don't mind, do you want to segue over to firearms?
Sure.
Okay. What's your thought process on firearm ownership?
I think we should regulate the absolute fuck out of firearms. I think that we should do something like Japan or Sweden, to where you can prove that you like to do things recreationally. If you want something like a long rifle, maybe handguns, but with like walls to where you have to secure them in a safe space. You have to have insurance, so that if your kid takes it to school and shoots everybody, you have to pay for it. I think that we should have red flag laws and close the straw loophole. And I don't know. We have 40,000 gun deaths a year. It's time to start figuring it out.
Okay. So one big point that right off the bat, I actually agree with you, like wholeheartedly, is insurance for gun owners, because the amount of kids that steal their fucking parents' guns and shit, or just anyone stealing guns, the person who owns the gun should be able to keep it safe. So that person should be liable for dumb stuff like that to happen. Now, to what degree would you want to regulate? Would you want to like completely take away any guns in terms of self-defense? And
I
keep
think
everything
we will
recreational?
never, ever be able to pass legislation that just starts taking everyone's guns away. I think we should do voluntary buybacks and grandfather people into their pew-pews so that people don't get up in arms and crazy, because gun culture is insane. I think we should just let them keep them, and they will hold on to them for dear life. They wouldn't enter the black market at the rate people think. Like, if you have an AR, would you sell it to some fucking thug outside?
No,
Yeah.
of course not.
So
Let's just say, for the sake of argument, I agree with you that wouldn't be able to happen. But just for the sake of argument, let's say if we banned guns and we were able to take all the guns away from law-abiding citizens who own them, they'd be willing to give it back. Would you support that?
yeah,
Okay. All right. So
but I think that's an impossible situation.
I agree. I mean, I'm not saying that would be possible. I 100% agree that wouldn't be possible. I just want I'm more so just talking about the idea itself. Right?
Okay.
So why would you be supportive of that?
Because if you just look at the death rates between any other country and us,
Yeah.
guns obviously are a huge factor. Same thing with crime. So if we have the crime 5 times higher than Britain, and we have 40,000 gun deaths a year, and they had like 200 stabbings. It's not even close.
Yeah. I got you. Okay. So personally, my personal opinion on it is taking away guns. I think guns in general go, like, at the bare bones of it, go to our human right to self-preserve, right? So self-preservation, to protect ourselves, right?
I don't know if guns, like we wouldn't need a gun if no one else had a gun. So other countries defend themselves with like bats and stuff.
I'll explain my rationale to it. So for me, I kind of take it, maybe this is a little out there, probably is, but I take like basically two main human rights at the bare bones, right? This is something that's given to us basically by, if you want to call it God. I want to leave theology out of it, but if you want to say God or nature or, what's it called?
Sure.
Whatever, nature.
It's just a basic
you know
human
what I'm
right.
saying.
All right.
Yeah. So there's two of them that I say are like basic. That's thought and life.
Huh?
Right? Thought and life. I think those are like the two most basic human rights.
Okay.
Right? So because we have thought, right? Because we evolved to have thought, we were able to create tools, right? From, a tool, a weapon is also a tool, right? Guns are tools. So since we were able to naturally come to the invention of guns for self-preservation, for self-defense, we should be able to use them, right? Now, I know that's kind of like a slippery slope, right? Because then you can say, oh, like, how about
I can make ricin. Should I be able to use it?
Sorry, what was it?
I can make ricin. Should I be able to use it?
I'm not familiar with ricin.
It's like a very deadly poison, like a speck of ink on your skin, kill you.
Yeah, so you definitely can, right? And you have the right to do so.
No. I do not have the right to do that.
Hold on. Let me finish. Right? You have the right to do so, to do that thing. Okay? But if you're using that to take someone else's right to live away from them, which is basically murder, right? That's why I equate murder to, then you don't have the right to take the right of life away from other people.
All right.
Right.
Let me argue this already. Let me argue this.
Sure.
I honestly, I think this is a stretch for you to go from like man, fire, guns and say it's a human right. Because we can do the same thing with all sorts of very deadly things. And we've obviously decided if we want to be able to live amongst each other without killing each other or killing ourselves, I think that we should start thinking about laws to protect ourselves from ourselves. So I think that considering 60% of the 40,000 gun deaths are self-inflicted, I think that we definitely could invoke that right to life thing back and say, I think that all of the kids who unknowingly was checking out their dad's PPU and shot themselves or shot their dad, like I think they have a right to life more than somebody has the right to some tool they really like. There's a lot of tools that we've outlawed, and we can't really say that they're basic human rights just like a gun. So I think that would be our delineation. That would be our symmetry breaker. That we have all sorts of tools that do not follow the same logic for you.
No, so I 100% agree, right? The reason why we have laws against certain tools, right? The same reason I say that we definitely shouldn't let everyone have an automatic rifle, right? An AR-15 that's semi-automatic, I think that's fine, but an automatic one, there's no point, right? Like
what's the point of an AR? Why do you need an
AR? Hunting.
You can use
an SBR, very good for break-ins at home. Okay.
Like that's fun, right? Like that's a recreational thing. Like that's not a human right.
If you have a break-in at home, right? An SBR, a short barrel rifle, like a ARP or a Draco or whatever.
We can do shotguns, we do handguns, right?
Sure, but what's more destructive, a shotgun with a slug or 223 or 556?
556 with the velocity would go through multiple walls. It would penetrate a target and it would mushroom up in somebody.
So would a slug.
And nobody would use a slug for home defense, by the way.
That's actually what most people do use.
Really?
That's why you can only
I use
go
scatter.
To many shooting ranges only allow you to shoot a shotgun with slugs.
Well, I mean, I can understand that.
Why?
Because the spray, it hit the wall and ricochet?
Shooting ranges are generally designed to account for ricochet.
Yeah, I know. I've been.
So that's a moot point.
Still, dude. I think the bullet velocity of a 5.56 would penetrate multiple walls. It's not ideal for home protection, Shotgun's far better. And I think that would stop after 1 or 2 drywalls, maybe even bounce off somebody. If you're not using fucking a slug, I would use scatter shot, because I don't want to just like miss. I would rather just shoot in the dark and hit somebody and then have them lay on the floor and call the cops.
So you'd rather blind fire? And you
Well,
think
I
that's
mean,
safer?
it's not
Blind
safer.
fire
You're
is
in a break-in
large
situation. You might not
area.
have all the lights on. It's probably better not have all the lights on, as you know your home better than your intruder.
Again, like, sure, that's correct. But you're saying that you'd rather take a shot in the dark with a far greater spread.
Mm-hmm. Because it would stop at a wall. It'd stop at drywall. And if it didn't, it would probably just bounce off whoever it hit after.
So, but also think of this, right? That's just kind of, what's the word? Negligent in a sense, because you don't know who's in the room.
You want to shoot fucking through. You want to shoot your neighbors. You want to
No,
shoot.
not necessarily.
Yeah, you do.
No, I mean, again, it depends on what kind of round you have, what the grains are.
Well, that's what
It
you're
really
doing to
depends.
me. You're putting a slug in mine. And I'm like, well, I'm not doing that.
Well, I know. I'm saying now I'm pointing out what you are doing, right? You're using, let's say, buckshot would probably be the most effective if you were going to use some sort of multi pellet round, right? Maybe use birdshot. That wouldn't fucking do anything to somebody.
Well, I don't want to. My goal isn't always just to kill everybody. Like,
Yeah.
if you get birdshot in your face, I promise you, you're not gonna continue fucking stealing my shit.
No, oh yeah, but you might panic and start shooting at whatever just shot you.
All right, all of these things. I'm 37. I've never had to use a gun in my life. I have pew-pews. I've never had to do this in my whole life. For you to be like, this is a human right, this is something that everyone needs, is insane. Nobody needs it. If nobody had a gun, nobody would need it, right? You would just need a bat or with a sock on it. And again, like his justification for ARs, he's got to go, I guess. The justification for ARs is hunting and all this stuff. Then have like a 9-month program to get a hunting license, to get something like that. You shouldn't be able to be 18 and walk into a store and just grab one. That's fucking stupid. That's absolutely stupid. Hello?
What's up, Pickles?
What's up, bub?
What's your opinion on energy drinks like Monster?
Monster's disgusting.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Why?
It's like fucking syrup, dude. It's sugar.
It has less sucralose in it than than a soda.
I don't drink soda either. I drink Topo Chico.
Soda's gross, but like Monster's way better.
Are you a Trump supporter?
No,
Go on, get.
I just wanted to ask you that.
All right, I love you.
I love you too.
Hello.
Yo,
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
I would say more of a moderate, but I like what Trump's done for the most part. I won't say I agree with everything, but
Sorry, I'm getting cold. What do you like? What do you like so far that he's done?
I mean, more specifically, I feel like immigration. Well, for one, I just want to preface this by saying that my family initially immigrated from Africa to both Canada and eventually to the U.S. And I feel like, although it might be personal and that might be an anecdote that doesn't matter to most, it matters to me in the sense that I don't like the fact that a lot of people cut the line. Now, am I saying that in a lot of ways, the way in which it's been done is great? No, but it's the act of coming here illegally necessitates deportation. I feel like
I feel like okay. So
go ahead.
We have people doing all sorts of breaking the law in this country every day, right? And if you could
Yeah.
just list off, like in your head, maybe like the top few problems we have, I don't know, murder, car accidents, heart disease, like people just die all the time, right?
Yes.
Or all these things, but people here legally, or people here not like legally present. What
Yes.
harm does that actually cause to the country besides people's feelings? Like, you said they cut the line. That's not really a thing. Like, they don't make the line longer for anybody.
Well, I mean, I think it's more of a figurative way of saying it. Like there was a process in which I had to go through and pay and interview and speak with so and so, and then others just came across and
But
got
you get all
essentially
this.
the same benefits.
You don't get the. They
that
don't get the
I
same
did.
benefits.
You know what I mean? The benefit
get
of
none of
living in
them.
and then they
They get and they
well, in
pay,
what sense? Yeah, I mean, you should pay.
but they don't
You're
get
not supposed
anything.
to be here. What about when you say they don't get anything? What in particular are you saying they don't get,
Anything at all?
dude?
What do they get?
They receive benefits.
Like
They
what?
do. There's certain health benefits, which again, that's not. I'm not saying they don't deserve health care. That's absurd. But I'm saying
Like if a state,
there's-
if the richest state in the country wants to pay for some extra healthcare for people, I think it's fine. That's not a federal problem, right?
again, but the people who live there, that's their taxpayer dollars, correct? The state
But-
didn't just come up with that money.
No, they
It's not
actually
funds
pay.
from the state's GDP.
They actually immigrants also pay into the. It's like inescapable. You have to pay state taxes and
Well,
local
yeah, no, I
taxes.
agree. Yeah,
So they pay for
If you
themselves.
have a job, you're gonna have to pay. But
Or if
they're
you
not
buy
paying for
food,
the-
or if you rent, all of that money goes to tax dollars.
Yeah, okay, yeah. If they're a participant in commerce, of course they're gonna have to eventually pay taxes in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
Regardless.
So they've done the math and they said, oh, it's better to have them with healthcare than not.
Okay, even still, right? The fact remains, and the biggest thing for me, it's not so much benefits because I feel like America is one of the only countries in the world where you could still have these people here and it wouldn't really affect the economy all that much. I'm not a big proponent of thinking that there's this gigantic strain on the American economy. That's
What
not
do you
the
think
biggest
is
issue
more
I have.
harmful? What do you think is more harmful? That them being here
Sure.
or spending $140 billion, rounding them up and shrinking our GDP and causing, I think it's like worse than the '08 housing market crash is what we'll see after we've deported about 8 million.
Oh, based on what metric? Who said that would be?
I'll
it'd be
find it
worse
for
than
you.
the 08?
Uh, the cost of mass deportation. National Immigration Law Center. Your grocery bills will go up 42%. Farm workers are undocumented. Those men and women work long days. One study estimates food costs could rise by 10%. Farmers agree. That's why Trump rolled back the deportation of farm help. So he agrees too that they hurt the economy. They also build the homes. So when labor goes up for homes, that's obviously going to go cost is going to go up for homes. We're going to see a lot less people buying homes. Congress can't spend $340 billion.
To the extent of the 08 housing market crash,
Yeah, I actually
I
have the
didn't see
number for
that
that.
at
Hold
all.
on. I actually have the GDP. There's a GDP number. It's like 0.4% year over year.
point what? I'm sorry, you cut out.
0.4% year over year.
Yep.
Here it is. Most aggregate economic variables fall by 2034. The 4-year policy reduces GDP by 1%. The 10-year policy reduces it by 3.3. The 4-year policy reduces real GDP by 1%. The 10-year policy reduces it by 4.9. Per capita, economic variables also mostly decline, including the fall of average wage by 0.5% and 1.7% over 10 years. Output per capita also falls between 0.5% and 1.1%. So the '08 housing market crash was just 0.4.
Yeah, that is Jesus.
And this is from Penn Wharton, our country's best economic school.
Yeah, well, Penn hasn't been what it's been for a long time. But I will say they still remain, you know, I'm more partial to Smeal, but I will say, you know, Penn Wharton's doing what they're supposed to do. So, um, but I mean, okay, again, the main point that I was trying to make, because you asked what I like about Trump, um, was more or less the fact that his constituents or those who voted for him asked for a particular thing. I think the biggest or most hot button issue at the time was immigration.
Well, I mean, I know because Trump made it that way, dude. He campaigned on it for 10 years.
I mean, that wasn't his primary campaign in 2016.
Build the wall.
Mass deportation. It was finish the wall.
Build
really,
the wall.
that,
2016 was build the wall. It was the bumper
it
sticker
was
that
build the wall, but yeah, it was build the wall, but it was a wall that was already.
It's when-
you know,
it's
I think
when
it was
he-
like 60 to 70% built.
he
by
stood on
Obama,
stage-
and then he just didn't finish it.
Okay, so I'm gonna give you this crazy fact. All right, in 2017, when he said they're coming here and they're raping our women and killing them and killing people, they're rapists. But some of them, I imagine, are good people. That's the exact quote, I think. There were 3 murders that year from undocumented migrants. You know how many undocumented migrants were in the country? 11.7 million.
Yeah, and again, I'm not saying that all hot button issues are the issues that we need to be focusing on the most. I'm not saying that. It's similar to
Right.
how
It's just
at the
that
time
Trump
when-
convinced people that this is the issue. And then he ran on Lake and Riley for 2 years after this. If you guys politicize one death in the media for 2 years, of course, this is going to be what people want. Oh, yeah, get them all out of here.
Yeah, but the same could be said for someone like George Floyd, correct?
Yeah, what did George Floyd result in? What political movement did we do and make y'all suffer at the hands of besides some protests?
I didn't say anyone suffered again, bro.
Like,
I'm not
we
saying
didn't
that
spend
everyone suffered
140.
at the end of that.
If we spent 140 billion dollars on doing the George Floyd stuff, then maybe you could have a point, but we didn't.
Well, I'm saying the reaction to that was less policing in areas that needed to be policed. For example, in Minneapolis.
Actually, in
Who do you
Minneapolis,
say-
dude, nobody
now-
defunded.
now-
Nobody defunded policing
Oh
besides
my dude.
Trump.
He didn't. That's not true, bro.
Who
Come
defunded?
on.
I keep losing you. Hello?
Do you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I said were you asking who defunded the police in
Yeah.
Minnesota?
Yeah.
Well, Ilhan Omar definitely played a part in that.
Wait.
In 2020, the summer of 2021, well, she proposed it in the summer of 2020. In summer of 2021, she doesn't reside just over Minneapolis, but
She didn't do it though. She asked for restructure and reform for Minneapolis, but it didn't pass. Trump wanted to defund the FBI.
well, yeah, I mean, the FBI definitely needed some restructuring. I'm not going to say that. There was a lot of government overreach, even when he was in office from 2016 to 2020. I'm not saying, again, I didn't come on here to be like this, like, MAGA hat Uber Trumper, but I feel like there's certain things about Trump's policy plan that I feel like could be implemented to the benefit of the United States. However, I did want to say that I didn't agree with the rampant running of the deportation policy. I feel like that's not sustainable, which is what I was originally trying to point to. And like you said, if it's so rampant that it would lead to something like the '08 crisis, it's not worth it, right?
Yeah.
The biggest thing I was trying to say, and I guess people were in here saying I should read, you're poor, you're hungry. I've read it, I know it. And I'm not saying that's not true. And from someone who's gone through immigration into this country, I can say firsthand that it needs reform.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've, like, Joe Biden, his first day in office tried to give people like who are married to undocumented or something, or married to citizens. He could give them a pathway to citizenship. Like, we are the party that's trying to do things and make it like an actual way for people to come across. But as you said, it's very expensive. So when you think about these countries south of the border and their economic hardships, and they're sitting around, like Abrego Garcia, he was chilling in El Salvador. And somebody, like this gang, was coming around harassing his mom, who ran a bakery, and threatened to grape her and threatened to turn his little sister into a prostitute. I wouldn't give a flying fuck if they threatened me with a Class C misdemeanor for crossing the border. I would be like, yeah, I'm out. I'm crossing the border into the United States. I'm out. And if they catch me, away.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's what I'm saying. And the biggest thing that the two things, I couldn't be president, but the two things that I would do, I feel like would benefit most people, would be to introduce some sort of reform that doesn't necessarily lead to amnesty. I feel like that creates its own problems when you just say, yeah, everybody's good, no problem, no big deal, come down, get your papers, you're good to go.
It'd be a lot cheaper.
But it would be, but again, the biggest issue with amnesty is the lack of assimilation. Essentially, America is the biggest melting pot on the planet. It is. It's.
Then
I'm not saying you have to be.
Then what flavor do you have to assimilate to?
It's not a race thing, dude. It's.
Well, I'm just saying, what flavor? I didn't say race. What flavor of culture do we have to assimilate to?
I mean, the American culture in and of itself is diverse, but what I'm saying is there's very specific nuanced things about American culture that I've seen firsthand that people don't necessarily want to assimilate to.
Like what?
I had family who've worked in social work, for example. When I was in high school, I was helping my mom. She was a social worker in Eastern Pennsylvania area, like near Philly. And I would go with her on home visits and things like that. And we had to go to the courthouse the one time because one of the individuals from, I believe he wasn't from Haiti. He might have been from Ghana or Sierra Leone. He refused to accept the fact that if he wanted to relieve himself, he couldn't just go wherever he wanted.
That's the first time I've ever heard anything like that.
I'm saying this is firsthand stuff. I'm not saying that that's everybody. I don't. People are going to comment, so are just going to run with that and be like, "Oh my god!" Da, da, da. But
this is not a lot.
Nuanced things.
I mean, you mean very rare things? Like these are not.
No, it's again. How many people on a daily basis do you encounter that have immigrated from another country?
I live in Dallas, Texas. A bajillion, all the time.
Right. Okay, but I feel like Texas is one of those places that's very unique to where that it doesn't happen. These are people coming from the southern border, and that, like the Tex are you're in Dallas, you said?
Yeah, we have a huge Indian community, huge Vietnamese, huge Asian community, huge.
Yep, South Asian, Vietnamese.
Yeah,
right. Well, I'm saying it's different with the East Coast, man. Like I'm trying to tell you from firsthand experience, and I guess. I know anecdotes don't matter when it comes to these arguments, but in some cases it does. Because it's what I see and what I interact with, and if others have seen it and interacted with it. Like, for example, when they had to move immigrants from Haiti into places I'm just giving you an example.
Springfield?
PA, into Washington, not Springfield, into Washington, PA. And the reaction to that, it wasn't so much a racial difference because there's people in Washington who are black who it's not that was the issue. The issue was there was these clashing cultural differences that inevitably played out in the public square, and people didn't like that. But again, we're in a place now where if you don't like something and you say it, and it happens to be someone who doesn't look like you, you're now somehow in some way, shape, or form either xenophobic or bigoted.
Well, I mean, for you to like say that one instance is your grievance that's big enough to justify all of this it is kind of bigoted, but I don't think that like we have
grievance? What do you
like
mean?
your personal grievance of watching somebody have a problem with a Haitian migrant in Washington like once or something like that's not a thing that calls to action for like on a national level. I think that we have just similar problems with even people who are citizens. Like these people come and they commit almost no crime. They pay taxes. They don't receive almost any benefits if they're undocumented. They contribute to our economy, like all these things. But every once in a while, they have an altercation. I don't care. I don't care. It's America. We're gonna like we shoot each other, bro.
I know. I'm not. Again, these are things. I'm just
Like assimilate. Like assimilating could look like them doing gang violence. Like I'm glad sometimes they don't assimilate. I think it's fine.
I mean, that's an exception to a rule. Like you saying that them assimilating and then they don't happen to be in an inner city area where there's gang violence. You're happy they didn't assimilate. That's irrelevant to the conversation.
That's very relevant.
It's, gang violence isn't by definition American culture. It's not.
Where else does it happen? With guns, like we do it.
I mean, you have gangs in Canada. You have gangs in all over the place. You have gangs in the UK. You have gangs in
they have like
Ireland,
knives.
bro.
They have like
Stop.
shivs. Like
I mean,
they
bro,
listen to fucking drill rap and they talk about stabbing
but you
people.
don't- I'm not saying, oh yeah, poking people up and whatever. I get that, but I'm saying you can't trivialize the fact that they have gang culture as well. It doesn't mean it's inherently British culture. Like I know what you meant by that. I'm just saying like it was kind of like not a point that needed to be made, I guess. But again, I didn't want to come on here and be the MAGA hat. I'd never seen your channel before, so I wanted to hop on, and I did feel like for the most part I didn't want to get hung up on immigration. I do. I know people are going to hate me for this too. Whatever. I don't disagree with his foreign policy.
Okay.
That was the one thing that we all talked about, family-wise, anyways. That I was like,
He doesn't have an
works
actual.
out.
He doesn't have a stance on foreign policy, right? It was America first, but now he's doing everything but America first.
Everything but America first. In what sense?
We just bailed out Argentina so his rich friends could play the stock market and cash out after he told them to all invest in Argentina, and they ate shit. We have him threatening to take over Greenland and Canada. We have him pretending to do peace treaties with everybody that are all getting broken. He said that he wasn't going to fund Ukraine, and now he's funding Ukraine and getting played like a toy by Putin. He rolled out a red carpet for Putin. Putin was 45 minutes late, and he spoke for an hour and a half uninterrupted before Trump did.
Right,
Trump is not in charge.
Nothing about the Middle East at all.
They broke the peace deal, right? They broke the. It's not a thing anymore, right? Ceasefire's collapsed. Yeah. Bombing boats in international waters, just straight up bombing people. And honestly, like I always say this, I could give a flying fuck if he causes world peace. If he stops every person on the planet outside of America from fighting, but he causes a civil war at home, he doesn't get any points. He doesn't get any points. That's what he's doing.
If you created world peace, but somehow
causes a civil war at home.
Causes civil war.
Yeah.
I mean, bro, you think we're anywhere as far as tensions go?
We're closer than we've ever been, right?
For a very long time.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, since the
and Trump just can't bring himself to say something like, "Hey, I disavow violence on the right." He just can't say anything. He won't even say anything about the two legislators who were pew-pewed at their home.
Deal with Minnesota.
Yeah.
Was that in Minnesota?
Melissa Hortman, her husband. Yeah.
No. Okay. I mean, he did mention it when it was brought up to him.
He said it's not worth it. He asked, "Why haven't you said anything?" He said, "It's not worth it. Would it even be worth it?" He wants to highlight all the violence from the left, ignore all of it from the right, even though it's still 70%. 70% is all right-wing domestic terrorism.
Again, I didn't argue that point. I'm just saying, as far as those two legislators from Minnesota, I specifically remember him speaking about it. And I remember when they asked why he didn't lower the flag to half-mast, he said that Governor Walz didn't request for it. And other requests go in on a almost daily basis for X amount of things. And if the government of that state is like, not worth it, that's not
Oh, come
particularly
on.
odd to you.
Come on.
I'm just saying. Again, I'm not in the White House, bro.
Dog, if you want to
Hey.
unite the country, it's pretty easy. And all you have to do is like start saying stuff like that, like Biden did and like everybody else has done besides Trump. He loves it. He's like, I hate my opponents. I hate them. They're evil. Steve Miller came out and said, they are the good guys and we are evil. And they will triumph. And they won't stop until we're eliminated. He's labeled me a terrorist. I'm Antifa.
Who said that?
Stephen Miller, Trump's chief deputy of staff.
I thought you said Trump said that. I was like, what in the world? But I mean, dude, all I'm saying is I don't think Civil War, for one, we're not in a place, the same place that we were in 1865, to where that would be even remotely possible. I mean, civil unrest, sure, that could escalate
Again,
pretty high.
dude,
but
every time
Civil
Trump's in
War,
office, we
no.
have
I mean,
insane protests. He can't denounce police violence. He wants to give them all police immunity. Like everything that he says is very controversial. He wants to demonize us. He says that Democrats want to have abortions 2 weeks after birth. He says that the government shutdown is because of us. He doesn't even know if he can pay SNAP. And we all know at this point in time that he is trying to make people starve so that he gets political points. Like he's withheld aid from blue states.
Are you talking about the government shutdown now, as far as withholding the I think it was like the tertiary funds for SNAP and WIC?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, there's $8 billion in emergency funds that are literally for when the government shuts down in the beginning of a new financial year.
Right, I know.
It's literally for that. And then there's $25 billion more in the Department of Agriculture that would fulfill the whole thing. And he's legally been allowed to use them, but he wants us to feel the pain of the shutdown and blame it on us.
So Trump wants you to feel the pain of the shutdown and not Senate Democrats who voted 13 times no to reopening the government.
Right, because this would still have SNAP benefits for people.
Yeah, I know, but the right, they voted for the restoration of SNAP and with benefits. With the reopening of the government. Yes, they did.
I'm talking about, we're talking about also the conditions of also having not people's premiums, medical premiums.
The extension
the ACA.
Obamacare.
Yeah.
I mean, but again, if you want to have that discussion, you can have that discussion, but shutting down the government at that expense, you don't think that's frivolous?
Like, again,
that is your only leverage.
We can talk about the government shutdown, but we have to talk about how Trump is twisting the knife. He's twisting a knife. That's what I'm talking about. And you can't blame Democrats on that.
But you don't think that's poor incentive for the president to release those tertiary funds in the event of this government shutdown, allowing for the left to continue to use this as leverage?
Wait,
I'm saying that's a pretty weird precedent.
He's twisting the knife.
Like, yeah, well, I'm just going to
this is political points, right? Like either Americans eat and Trump doesn't get political points, or they don't eat and Trump gets political points, is what you've just re-explained to me.
Repeat that for me. I don't want to get
Trump can pay
arguing in circles.
People, yes. Trump can fund SNAP and not get political points, or he could fund it. I'm sorry, he could fund it and not get political points, or he can not fund it and people will hurt. And he can say this is because of Democrats. That's what he wants to do. All said and done, we could just release the money without the government reopening.
Similarly, why would you prefer that scenario over the government reopening?
Because I would rather them fund the ACA.
At the expense of the government being shut down.
Yeah. I would rather. I'm not getting SNAP benefits, bro. I'm not getting them. Right. I don't have ACA either. Yes. I am all for this. I'm all for people I don't know eating and for people I don't know getting health coverage.
Absolutely. I'm not saying I don't want them to have meals to eat and food to feed their families. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is the precedent that you set when the president's just like, if they're not going to reopen, I'm going to have to do X, Y, and Z, as opposed to the government. Again, the primary issue is the government is not open. He wouldn't have to think about those funds if how many is it? I think it's 2 have already agreed. So 5 more Senate Democrats were to agree.
7.
Say yes. Yeah, I think 2 have already agreed. I don't remember who, but there's 5 more that need to agree, essentially, to get to that 60. and they choose not to. But the precedent I'm trying to say, which is dangerous, is that at any point in time, left or right in the future, you're just going to be like, well, I mean, I'm just going to leverage this position because who cares? I'm not going to negotiate until I get what I want. That's a foolish way of conducting government.
I want you to take Trump's own words, all right? When the government shut down the president, it's the president's fault. You just need to get everybody in a room and say, hey, this is what you want, this is what we want, and work together, right? Those are Trump's exact words.
Yes.
This is a failure of a presidency because when the government shuts down, it's the president's fault, solely the president's fault. I just say,
Yes, and I feel
agree
like
with
he's
Trump.
being it's hypocritical in him saying that and not doing it. I agree. But what I'm saying again, I'm not trying to pick a point to either side. I'm saying with this particular situation, with the government shutdown, using this leverage, and people in comments, leverage is only when the Democrats. I don't care if it was the right doing it either. It's stupid because you're playing these. What's the term I wanted to use? It's for one, they're still getting paid. Two, you're playing with people's lives in order for you to, in some way, get, like you said, political points with your own constituents, as opposed to focusing on the greater good. So I agree that
there's no thing that y'all can do to the government to be like, oh, damn, at this point. You guys have slashed federal departments. You guys have slashed USAID. You've cut 80,000 people from the VA.
Well, I mean,
you've cut people's VA healthcare. You've cut people's fucking Medicare. You've cut, like, everybody is out of a job. Like, you can't be like, oh, well, this is happening too. Like, we're already desensitized. You guys are about to reopen the government and continue doing all of these things. So we honestly could not give two flying fucks. Like, if you guys kept twisting the knife, it's all on y'all.
It's all on Republicans, despite them voting in entirety to what? Reopen the government, correct?
And every year you guys are open. You guys still defund SNAP. You still defund Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. You guys still defund all of it when you reopen it. So we don't care. Yes, we just want ACA
defunding
funded.
it to what extent?
I don't know.
Defunding it for who?
I don't know. Last term, Trump cut 80,000 people off of welfare. He proposed cuts to all of those things every single year.
He's attempting to cut people who are able-bodied from misusing.
That's a straw man.
Services that are definitely.
That's a straw man.
It's not.
It is. 70% of people who receive these benefits are employed.
Nonetheless, what I'm saying is there's still people who do not fit the bill as far as who need these benefits that can't have access to them. Because people who
that's
are
not the only people who lost it. That's not. That's just Democrats, or I'm sorry, Republicans messaging to you as to why they're cutting it. That's not the actual thing. That's only one thing out of like 12 huge things. Like the enrollment window is smaller. You have to renew every year. Certain families, certain incomes are now no longer eligible. They're raising the bar. It absolutely is just cutting people who aren't unemployed. And that's a straw man.
Yeah, certain incomes like what? What was the minimum income that was increased?
I'll read it. What?
For families, not for. It was for families, I think, not single.
On Medicare. So the work requirements is the first thing, and then more frequent eligibility checks. States will need to verify people's eligibility for Medicaid more often, which historically leads to coverage losses even among those who remain eligible. Immigration restrictions. Certain groups lawfully present immigrants will lose their Medicaid eligibility. That's you. Law restricts the use of provider taxes by taxes to generate additional money for the Medicaid programs. Changes affecting Medicare beneficiaries. While those broad healthcare cuts will affect many, including those who are dually eligible for Medicare and Medicaid, several provisions by the BBB directly target Medicare beneficiaries. U.S. citizens, lawful permanent residents, Cuban and Haitian entrants, individuals, certain Pacific Island nations. It eliminates healthcare eligibility for all other lawfully present immigrants, regardless of how long they've worked and paid into the system, including refugees, granted asylum, people temporary protection status, survivors of human trafficking, survivors of domestic violence, individuals granted humanitarian parole, blocking improvements to Medicare savings programs, blocking nursing home staffing standards, limiting Medicare's ability to negotiate drug prices, all of those things.
Did you? And again, I'm not saying this in jest. I'm serious. Did you mention what the cutoff was for income for families? Was that in there?
That provides low coverage. The cuts are enacted through several mechanisms to reduce the number of people enrolled in Medicaid. I don't have the actual numbers for income. I can dig into the bill if that's something you really want to see. Why?
Just say a random number, but I think it was.
I can't hear you while you're minimized, by the way. So when you're out of the app,
Yeah,
there you go.
because I had to close the app to go to notes. Can you
Okay.
hear me now? I think it was monthly income of 1,800
Okay.
or more. You no longer qualify for SNAP benefits. That's what was introduced. I think before it was like much higher. I don't remember what it was, but I'm not saying that 1,800 a month is a lot. It's not, but is it more than enough to? I mean, 1,800 isn't a lot, dude. Now that I think about it. Yeah, I think that might be a moot point on my part. I might have to concede that one. It's not.
Appreciate that.
1,800, 20 years ago, sure,
Yeah.
but not now.
Yeah. Anyway, I think that we could have done without all these insane tax cuts for the rich. I think we could have just kept things the way they are. We would have been great. I think that Trump has created the biggest hole in our debt, in our deficit, than any other president, I think, in history. And people also lost coverage. Like, I don't even see how that happens. But
I mean, as far as the greatest deficit, are you combining both presidencies? Or are you which presidency?
Trump is
you're referring
responsible
to?
for a fourth of this nation's entire debt for the entire history of the United States. He's responsible for more than a quarter. Last administration spent 8.3 trillion. This administration, he's already spent $5 to $7 trillion in the first 200 days. We're in $36 trillion in debt. That's 12
In total,
of the
yeah,
36. So he's literally 20%.
I mean, but if you account for, COVID for one, that kind of deliberates everything that he did in his first term. If it wasn't for the pandemic, he would not have spent.
He would have still
that much
spent
money.
$4.4 trillion non-COVID.
Hello.
Yep.
Hold on, let me adjust this real quick. How much did Biden spend?
Here. This is Trump versus Biden. The light pink is COVID. The dark red is non-COVID. So Trump, 4.8 trillion non-COVID. Biden, 2.2 non-COVID. And a lot of stuff that Biden in general, Democrats in general, they reduce the deficit when they spend money. So here's what we brought in, the blue. Biden, This is what he spent. This is what Trump spent. And this is what he brought in. Nothing.
Yikes. Whose study is that?
This is the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget.
Okay. Well, yeah, numbers don't lie, boss. They don't whatsoever. So I might have to take a step back and look into it a little deeper than I have, as opposed to the generalities.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean,
Here's another thing I like to show people.
mhm.
This is, I actually have a better one now, and I keep losing it. But this is the last few presidencies. Like, this is the gist of how Republicans and Democrats do with the budget. So Bush came in, fucked up the budget. Bush Senior. Clinton came in, balanced it. Bush Jr. came in, and then the economy crashed here, and he
Yep.
actually passed this law that put all of this debt here. But Obama also reduced the
Yeah,
deficit.
Bush Jr. was.
And then here is, I guess, where it would have stopped before COVID, right? He still would have put us in an insane deficit. And and Biden,
I mean,
as soon
you're
as he
right,
came in,
does
reduced
spend.
it.
Can't deny that at all. But
And we create all the jobs somehow too. We create 50 jobs for every one job Republicans make.
do you show? Is there? Hold on. I think I have. Can you show GDP throughout the course of those 15, 20 years? That's nothing that would be a moot point for me, considering it's been on a incline since 22, I think.
Yeah, eight of the last 9 recessions under Republican control. And it's all of the, like, deregulation, all of these things that allow businesses to make insane risky investments or come and do horrible shit to environments. All of these things are what fuck up the economy. Ultimately, we have to pay for it.
Right, right. Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to see if there was any sort of cyclical change that would reflect some sort of benefit as far as the increase in spending. That there'd be some sort of return that was immediately, seen, as opposed to the
And
projected
that's
return that people always mention.
That's what people always say with Trump's tax breaks. Oh, we're going to have this huge increase in GDP. We saw a 0.4% increase in GDP. That's what Brookings says. We get more
since he came into office.
0.4 since he's introduced the 2017 tax cuts.
Oh, since 2017, yeah.
But migrants, on the other hand, create a huge increase in GDP. 1.3% over each year.
Absolutely. Yeah. Again, I'm not. That's why I mentioned reform in the first place. Like, I'm not saying that it's fair to have to live in conditions like a lot of these countries that are south of the border, or even just across the planet, and you have essentially this cash cow in the United States that not only can you live independently and pay your taxes, pay your dues, and create a legacy for your family, and not to a you're not married to a citizen, or you're not an H-1B, or you didn't have the opportunity to go to school and get an F-1 visa. So I'm not saying, like, again, I feel like there needs to be reform. I do feel like immigration does have to get a handle on how many people come into the country on an annual basis. Um, I feel like, again, America first makes sense if you live in America. I feel like that's why I didn't have a problem with USAID. A lot of great work they have done, but there's been a lot of work that they've done that has been essentially pointless. Especially with the funds they were sending to South America, the funds they sent to not Eastern Europe. Well, there was some.
There were a bunch of red herrings that they gave us to justify the cut of USAID. I would say that was the worst move of the Trump administration by far. Like, soft power, $9 billion a year is nothing. We're feeding kids, starving kids. We're helping people in South Africa with AIDS and HIV.
Right, I agree, and I'm not saying if you have the access to do that, you shouldn't, cut out a portion for it. But again, if you're someone who's living in rural America and you see that, you can't tell me they wouldn't feel some sort of resentment, because they're not.
That's what they're
People
hoping for,
don't
right?
think of it in that.
Lias super chatted $10. I appreciate your patience and integrity.
Thank you so much, Leah.
So what was the point I was making? Oh yeah, if someone sees that in rural America, they're gonna feel that resentment, because in their mind, $9 billion, it's almost inconceivable.
Yeah, I know.
So they're gonna see it as, and again, I know that's a tactic that the right uses against.
It's silly because Trump turned around and he sent $40 billion to Argentina. Argentina?
Right, exactly.
It's just a talking point. America First was just to get people mad and to vote, and then he went right back to business as usual. We're funding the Middle East, we're funding Ukraine, we're funding Argentina, we're funding everybody.
Right. And again, I wish that as much as he played into the not played into, but as much as he focused on immigration as far as deportations, if he followed through with the America First policy, I would have no issue with that, and in a robust sense. But at the same time, if it is just back to business as usual, I feel like that would be a failure on his part. Ultimately,
I mean, where has he started giving to Americans? Like, in what form would you like to see him giving? Like, the right hates that, right? It's like socialism to the right. They say it's communism, socialism.
Giving away free money, yeah. It's
like, when do we get to do that? Because I want to give people health care, and we're yanking that away right now. So America First, I don't know. When does that start?
Hopefully soon. I mean, I would like to see, especially again, there is a healthy skepticism I think everyone should have of whatever side you're on, or even if you're in the middle of both, I guess. And I'm not a big fan of tariffs, because it kind of creates this cycle of like isolationism, where you can't really barter much anymore. But if it was to the point where America's such a big part of the market that these other countries have to respond accordingly, then some of that revenue being given to Americans would be a benefit. I would prefer it to be in a lump sum as opposed to a break somewhere, just because it would be something that'd be residual and tangible for the American people. But if that doesn't happen, right, I'm saying if that doesn't happen,
who pays the tariff?
Ultimately, the American does.
So why would it come back?
Well, what do you mean? Why would it come back?
So we would pay a
General,
tax
like,
just
the
to get it
revenue
right
from
back?
The tax you see is infinitesimal. It's not like you're seeing it
Now
jump
it is
$3, $4, $5.
Now it is. I mean, it takes time. It takes time. The tariffs have only been in place like permanently, like actually never. It's constantly changing. So nobody.
Yeah, it's every 30 days it's something different. So
yeah, so nobody's been able to actually make changes in the market and like actually make a business model to react to the new tariffs.
I agree. I mean, I think some things were. I don't know. I feel like there's ideas that the right has in particular that I find to be that would be ultimately beneficial in more grandiose scope, but a lot of the execution, I feel like, in all honesty, I'm not seeing a lot of that come to fruition. And I'll say the same thing about the left, if I'm being frank with you. A lot of just being as PC as possible and appeasing your I guess constituents, whatever you want to call them.
I don't know.
Voter
I
base.
feel like being PC is
What you want to do.
I feel like it's being underrated, man. I feel like being politically correct is underrated. I think Trump's ushering this era of like fuck your feelings, and then coming back and calling us, saying, "Oh, our words are violent." It's crazy. I think that like at one point in time, Trump has championed being a complete dick to everybody. Like, I'm rich, fuck you, I'm right. I'm going to do and say whatever I want, regardless of what the like populace says or my constituents say. Like, we have to digest what Trump says every day as a society, his harmful, horrible rhetoric. And I think that alone is a deal breaker as a president. I think Like it just ties into the Civil War thing. We're seeing families divorce. We're seeing families ripped apart from ICE. Like society, we are more divided than we ever have been because we have to take a side between Trump saying Obama is Kenyan and the leader of ISIS, or saying, hey, that's not something you say.
When he said that he hasn't seen his birth certificate, is that what you mean?
No, he said he was the leader of ISIS, and he was Kenyan.
No, I mean you said he was Kenyan and that he was.
That's what Trump said.
ISIS.
That was his that was
When
Trump's.
When did he say that?
In like 2013.
What? He said that Barack Obama's the.
Yeah. He started the whole birther movement. Yeah. RJ, thank you for the raid. Much love, RJ. Thank you so much, guys. We're almost at 1,000 viewers. Tap the screen. Let's hit 100K.
No, I mean that if that's true, I've never. The only time I ever heard him like mention Obama and ISIS was when he was. I'm not debating Hillary on that campaign trail in 2016. I remember him saying like, if it wasn't for Obama's actions in the Middle East, ISIS wouldn't have formed.
Right. He said that in 2016, Donald Trump repeatedly stated that Barack Obama was the founder of ISIS and called Hillary Clinton the co-founder.
Okay, is there a quote for? Because I'm by founder, I'm not. I'm trying to figure out in the sense that their actions directly led to the development and creation of ISIS.
Sure.
Which I mean.
Sure, you could say that. That's fair. But saying that Trump is saying that Obama is Kenyan, saying Obama is Kenyan definitely was very racist, and it pulled the heartstrings of a bunch of racist people.
Yeah.
He was born in Hawaii. His dad's, I think, or his grandfather's from Kenya. His mom's Hawaiian.
Yeah, I think his dad was. No, it was his granddad. I think that was born in Kenya, lived in Kenya, and then moved to.
Yeah, and we all know this now. And he's still like, I still have people saying that he's born in Kenya. I still have people say that Michelle Obama was a trans man, like, or a trans woman.
Who said that? Trump said that.
No, but I still have that. Like same thing from the right. This is something that perpetuates.
That's like I'm not fringe stupidity. I'm not going to even like address that. Like,
okay,
you can't call
calling Ted Cruz's wife a dog, saying that Ted Cruz's dad shot JFK. It goes on and on. Trump champions these type of horrible things.
Like, no, I'm not gonna sit here and be like, yeah, like facts. You definitely did, bro. Like I'm not. No, again, I'm not.
I'm just saying this is the start. This is where we get divided, right? As a country, we can sit on the couch and watch this thing with our family, and the dad goes, "Hell yeah." And the mom goes, why would you champion that? And then the kid looks up at the dad and goes, that's the kind of behavior that wins me the approval of my dad.
Right.
And then we have all of these types of kids running around thinking that if you're like Trump, if you're a complete prick, that you're going to be successful and the president of the United States one day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, again, I'm not saying that his rhetoric is okay. So the point I was trying to make originally as far as being PC and not, I personally am not a big fan of the origins of political correctness. I'm not at all, just because in the sense that how it was used originally and how I could see it being used down the line in, the West, something that I would be uncomfortable with, as far as it's not so much what you're saying, but it's the way in which it might make X person feel. You shouldn't say it. Because again, what I'm saying is there's things that people need to understand as far as you say something, there's a consequence to your actions. Absolutely. But to limit free speech in any capacity, I feel like it's
no one's limiting. You're allowed to say whatever you want, right? But it's the responsibility of the president of the United States to be a leader and to show people what it's like to be a leader and to assure people that you're making calculated, calm, collected decisions and not just like shooting from the hip and being nasty and vile like Trump.
Absolutely. But again, there's times where there is significant overreach by even people that are around you, as far as you can't say this, you can't say that. And it's not even that you're saying anything that would be crass or bigoted or phobic of, whatever person that's there. It's you questioning something that you may not have any sort of interaction with prior to that day, and you ask a question, and now you are no longer, you become a social pariah, essentially. You're just like, oh, how could you not know that?
Listen,
And that's
there.
why I think in a lot of ways with the left, there has become this who can be the most morally apt person in the room as opposed to who is correct. I don't care how it feels so far as it's being right. Like, for example,
Those aren't
with
the
our
only two
conversation.
options. Those things are not mutually
No,
exclusive.
I'm not saying they're mutually exclusive. I don't want to, misspeak. But what I'm saying is there is a fine line between where we are now and where we're supposed to be as far as free speech without going out of your way to make others uncomfortable.
Should I be
Agreed.
able to go around saying the N-word?
Should you be able to?
Mhm.
What do you mean by be able to? Like, can you say it?
Like, should there be social repercussions? Not legal.
Should there be social repercussions?
Yeah.
I mean, you probably get your ass beat, but
Yeah, right? You agree with
mean-
that? You agree with that? That should happen?
do I agree that someone should
Maybe
whoop
not
on
beat
you
my
for it?
ass, but be upset with me?
I mean, depending on who the person is, yes, I do agree that it can make them feel a certain way.
What
Absolutely.
happens if we were to all go around saying the N-word? What happened? What do you think would happen? Do you think that a certain race of people might start actually be treated differently? Not just words, but like actually be treated differently if we went around and did this for like 5 or 10 years?
Saying the N word and like just in daily, like,
Yeah,
speech,
just
like,
just saying it, like
whatever.
vilely to people. Yeah, especially people who are black. You think that would cause damage,
that would-
cause harm societally? Like, do you think that we would see maybe little pockets of violence? Maybe white supremacists come out and like mask off, be proud white supremacists?
I mean, again, there's no way for me to say what I could expect from people saying it.
Dog.
I mean, we've all been in. Everyone's been
Yes,
in.
the
middle
answer is
school where
yes.
you would hear
That's
that.
going to happen. Yes,
How
that
do
is
you-
what
okay,
would
how
happen.
do you know? How do you know that was? That's the thing that with the left and right that I can't wrap my mind around. How do you know that?
Because
would
you're
happen?
normalizing that type of hateful speech, right? Like, so like back in the day when we used to say the F slur, like when we talked about gay people and we said,
Yes.
oh,
Yep.
when we said something stupid, instead of just calling it stupid, we called it gay. Remember? Like that itself
Right,
does something
okay.
to the human brain and it does something to society as a whole that puts those types of people that you label those words below you. You're dehumanizing them. So you literally can't help but to actually treat them and feel differently about them. Those are real world like repercussions of saying horrible. This is called stochastic terrorism. That is an actual thing. So like if Trump once picked up the microphone tomorrow and said that people with green glasses were all P3DOs, no matter how
Right.
true it is, no, how much validity there is, there will be at least one person to statistically will just go maybe hurt somebody with green glasses. That is just the truth.
Yes.
Right?
Right.
So that's why politically correct is absolutely important when you're holding the
I know,
biggest
but
microphone
again-
in the universe.
Okay, but at the same time, there has to be a line to where you don't need to be PC in this moment. I don't need you to give me this overloaded paragraph upon paragraph upon paragraph explanation when you could tell me in X amount of words what needs to be done, regardless of whether or not it makes me feel good about it. I don't need you to over explain something as opposed to just tell me what the root cause is, how do we solve it, and how do we move forward. That's where I feel like
We need to stop saying harmful rhetoric.
Way.
That's what we need to stop saying harmful rhetoric. I think that's basic.
And okay, for example, right? I agree because in the same sense, recently, are you allowed to say anti-S as far as when it goes to like
Say it again?
anti-Semitism? Are you allowed to say it on here?
Oh, I don't care.
Anti-Semitism,
I
don't know
guess
if you're-
I think it's
okay,
okay to
don't
say
know-
it. I don't
I don't
know.
know if you get flagged or
I think it's
whatever. I
fine.
don't want you to. I've seen an uptick in that, and I agree. When things become normalized, people will begin to act upon that. I'm not saying that we should allow these things to be said. I feel like as a society, there's things that should be complete and utter no. This is where the buck stops. It's here. That's it. What have you. But as far as general speech, and that's why I say when people go to these extremes, like the N word or the K word or the F word, or you're going to extremes to where that's not what I'm referring to.
It does. That's just to teach you the logic behind it, right? Like, so even if it's just something small, like women drive
Okay.
bad, right? That's harmful. Like, so for
Well, yeah,
centuries, we could,
that's
or for
just
decades, we
that's
can be like,
childish to say.
I'm sorry.
No, I said, yeah, I agree. That's childish to say. Yeah.
Oh, I mean, it is child, but this is a perfect example, right? Like people, you hear this over and over again, right? Like, think growing up as a kid, women drive bad, women are just incapable, and then think about that kid one day looking at Kamala versus Trump as president, and they're gonna be like, oh, this woman can't even fucking drive. Like, she's just, her life's unmanageable. Like, you think about hearing all these things all the time, and then that affects your worldview. That's why it's important. It's not just silly sticks and stones shit. It really is.
Yeah, no,
it has real world.
I agree, but
When Trump first
sorry,
picked
I'm
up a
interrupt.
microphone, the ADL has a little article on this. When Trump picked up a microphone in 2017, the 7 years prior to that, we had something like 6 right-wing domestic terrorist incidents where people were murdered or violent. After that, when Trump picked it up, but the 2 years following, there were 20. And then the 2 years following that, there were 40. That's what happens when you pick up a microphone and you say things like Kamala's not black, or they're poisoning the blood of the country, or some of them are good people, but they're rapists and they're murderers. Like, people have walked to the border and drove to the border in droves with ARs. Remember that whole thing? Like, they were ready to shoot people.
Yeah, in like 20. I forget when it was. I remember that though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why. We didn't do that with Obama.
And again, that's
Obama
what-
got the job
no,
done.
so-
Didn't say all that. Didn't make everybody angry and fucking hate brown people.
Well, yeah, no, and again, that's what I'm trying to explain. I'm not. Again, I know people are gonna look at me because I didn't, openly agree right away with everything you had to say, that I'm this uber Trumper, MAGA hat. I hate everything. That's not who I am. But I will say, as far as PC, I was speaking more socially, as in the 350 million people that are here, and not the one individual. I feel like the one individual, because you are a leader, by definition, you are called to be set apart, right? I agree. There's a line that he shouldn't be able to cross, or not that he shouldn't be able to cross, but he shouldn't want to, because of the overarching reach that he has on everyone in the country.
Yeah,
left
the
and
power
right.
dynamic is insane. Yeah. And
Exactly.
you can see him
And
using the
especially
federal
because he
government to
has
lash
he
out.
has- I mean, lash out. That's who.
Multiple law firms, Mattel, University of Columbia, Harvard, anybody who represented Jack Smith, anybody who was pro-Palestine, Mahmoud Khalil, anybody who champions DEI.
Well, I mean, I don't think we're gonna agree on.
And we can talk about it.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I just want to, as far as what is your stance on DEI in its entirety? I don't want to assume how you feel about it. I want to know, in effect, what you think.
Companies who practice diversity, equity, inclusion see better outcomes, run more efficiently, more productive than companies who don't.
Is there a metric for that, as far as
Harvard did a study,
had to
Forbes
stick
did a study.
and DEI in practice is what for those companies? Again, this DEI in an overview sense can be many different things.
It's
So I just wanna know.
DIA it would be the more like overarching people who so diversity, equity, inclusion doesn't even have to do with only race. It has to do with gender, has to do with background, poverty. So like the people who benefited the most from DEI would probably be just white women. So I don't know. I feel like that throws out the red herring right there. But DEI could be as simple as, instead of hiring your son to be promoted into manager position, you put the job posting on Indeed, and you interview people with blind resumes. So you don't see their names, so you can't be like, oh, this person might be black. I see their cultural name. All of those things would be DEI. I think the only thing that people think of when they think of DEI on the right, they say, oh, well, they're lowering standards to put people of color or something in those positions, and that's the straw man I think Trump has
Yeah,
really
no,
pushed.
I don't think that's necessarily true. No, I was just gonna say, as far as if it were to go to where, if that were the case, as far as DEI goes, again, I didn't really pay much attention to it because it would seem more like an extension to affirmative action, which is something I did agree with. So it was what it was. But my only disagreement was if you did have to lower a standard in order to include a particular group of people, that would be way different. And again, do I think you have to lower standards in order for African Americans or Mexican Americans or Asian Americans or whoever? No. Uh, but similar to, I think there was a lot of traction as far as on the right with military and police standards, both at the municipal and state level, to where standards are being lowered essentially in order to reach a certain quota. And I think that's where the pushback was, and then people conflated that with, oh, they're doing this at Apple and they're doing this at whatever corporate company, as opposed to taking it at face value and realizing it was more on a
Trump is literally
physical
trying to
spectrum
like
than it
get
was
other.
from
He's trying to get other countries to jump on board with this anti-DEI thing. And I've interviewed thousands of MAGA. A lot of them don't really know what they're angry about when they hear DEI. I think it's just another very clever messaging thing from a right-wing think tank, and basically just taps into white fragility and people who maybe just I don't know think that equal rights feels like oppression. When we talk about undoing the wrongs that we've done in regards to slavery and Jim Crow and women's rights and gay people and all of these other things, I think that we have a lot of making up to do, and to start demonizing it and start pulling it apart and campaigning on, I don't know, how white people need to come first again or something is gross. It's a disgusting, disgusting thing. And that's kind of what I've gotten from this. My mom, first thing I heard was a story about how my stepdad didn't get some sort of job that he applied for multiple times, and how some black woman got it, and that was DEI.
Oh,
and that's
Yeah,
what
I
I
don't-
feel like the
that's-
majority's of the
right.
country's understanding of DEI is.
right. And again, this whole conversation I've been playing devil's advocate, and I'm catching strays in the comments, but it is what it is. I feel like I have a lot of friends who are I guess straight or cis or white guys, right? And they felt like, from based on our conversations, that they are the bane of this country's existence, and they have been for the last, well, not during Trump's 4 years, 2016 to 2020, but for a long time, they kept hearing about how they were at fault, and or maybe you deserve less strays. I mean, hey, it is what it is,
Dude, white people are at fault for a lot of bad things, and for us to cover them
Again,
up is
yeah,
not the move.
So
It's not the move.
are you at fault, or people that you never met and never will meet are at fault? That's where I think the disconnect is for
Listen,
me anyway.
the people who were at fault handed us down all of this power, and it's our responsibility to do the work and undo the wrongs that they did.
And what does that look like? Reparations?
Sure.
So how would you go about instituting reparations?
If you and your family were enslaved today, and you guys went through the exact same thing that those people went through, what would you want your children to get? What would you want your children to get? Because you didn't get to work. You wouldn't get to work and pass them down generational wealth. What would you want them to have?
40 acres and a mule. I mean, that's what it was supposed to be, wasn't it?
Sure. Can we do that today? I don't know.
I don't,
That's a lot of money, right? 40 acres, depending on where it is.
That's significant. I mean, if you were asking me if what I would want, I was assuming we were, in 1865. But if we're talking about now, I don't know. I have no idea. I mean, I would hope they would have something, especially if government-sponsored slavery is completely different to what we have in out east now, but like with human smuggling and things like that. So the government sponsored, and then the government's like, hey, you're free, like this is what you get. I definitely feel like there should have been way more than the backhanded response that African Americans received, and then it boils into Jim Crow, and even on the outset of the civil rights movement, I feel like there was with gerrymandering and how in New York there there's certain, and even to this day, they still exist.
Why are you?
There's
These are
certain-
all things that the right was against. Why are you on the right?
I'm not. I tried to say at the beginning I wasn't. I'm a moderate. I feel like on both sides. I felt like with everything that's happened in the last, I would probably say 8 or so years, I felt like between Kamala and Trump, I personally thought Kamala was not particularly qualified.
In what
in
way?
the sense that not her as a politician, but the fact that removing Biden from the ticket and then putting her on, that to me kind
If
of rubbed
Biden
me the
fell
wrong
dead,
way.
like she would have been president. That's what we all knew when we voted.
Yeah, but dude, it's the same thing as if Trump falls dead. You know that Vance is the president. That doesn't mean you replace them on the ticket,
That's
right?
exactly what you do.
I mean, is Biden dead? Did I miss?
He stepped down.
He stepped down. Then what
Yeah.
was his response after
So-
that? Every
The grievance behind all this is weird. The Democrat Party is a private party, right? Like, do we go around to y'all and be like, hey, what y'all did when you elected your leaders in Republican Party, we didn't like that. We're going to sue you. Like, it's so weird for people to come and audit what the Democrat Party did. Like, you could start your own private party tomorrow and you could play patty cake and choose whoever the fuck you want, however you want. And that's your
Yep.
prerogative.
Again, no, I'm not. All I'm saying is you said I was on the right. I said I was a moderate, and then you said you're flip flopping. But the point I was trying to make was what rubbed me the wrong way was the fact that you took someone that I felt like would do a decent job at being president for 2 terms in a row in Biden, and you replaced them with someone that I vehemently would have disagreed with being president. Now, if she happens to, I can't argue the fact that she's on the ticket with him. And that if
Why
he
do you
were to-
vehemently disagree with her?
Her track record in California,
What is it?
awful.
What did she do?
As far as, for one, when she withheld, not the sentencing, but certain individuals from being released in a timely fashion.
Dog, Trump
California?
literally executed like 17 people when he was in office, bro.
What do you say?
We were on a streak of not killing people on death row. Trump came into office and he did one 11 days before he left office. He's like, hey, let's pull another one of those. He killed people, dude. 4% of people on death row are innocent. For Kamala, for you to look at Kamala and be like, oh, she's just too harsh on crime or something is crazy. Like she did.
Well, I'm not saying she was too harsh on crime, but I'm saying if these are people who are on death row, these people who paid their dues to society by staying in prison, and she said, nope, sorry.
This was
What was agreed
not
upon
her.
doesn't
This
matter.
was her team, and this was
Oh
a
my
thing
God,
where
dude.
there was evidence that could have exonerated him. It ended up making its way through, and it was DNA evidence, and it didn't exonerate him. He's still in prison on death row right now.
It wasn't just one guy.
The one guy in question that kept coming up this campaign, I talked about it 400 times.
No, it wasn't just one guy. It was several people in both Southern and Northern California.
Dog, Trump
Yeah,
loves putting people on death row. The Republicans love that. Is that something you don't like now?
Something I don't like as far as death row.
Yeah, 4% of all of them are innocent.
4%. Okay. Yeah.
One
I
out of
don't
every
think
20.
I personally don't think that death penalty's a great idea.
Yeah, so I
Just
mean,
because there's-
your
unless
party
there's
does a
an
lot of that.
absolute guaranteed.
Your party champions that. It does it all the time. So
Not at your
the
party
Kamala
stuff,
causing a
dog.
hiccup in somebody's ability to get free from death row is not as bad as your party just
I mean,
killing
why would
everybody
you-
all the time.
You minimizing it is absurd. Causing a hiccup
Yeah,
where someone doesn't get exonerated.
yeah.
So if you were in prison and you knew that Monday you're getting out, and then oopsie, no, you're actually going to stay for another 180 days. Is that going to feel like a hiccup to you, or are you going to be like, nah, like that's pretty messed up?
Again, like that's one thing that happened. Like this
No,
is
I'm
not
just-
a thing
no,
that
okay,
Kamala
well,
would champion,
I'm
right?
Asking you,
What?
I'm asking.
How would this translate to her presidency?
Come
like-
on.
How would this like? Is this a real thing? This is real great. Trump
Operating in- I'm
literally.
just saying,
Trump has done
operating in
so
good-
many worse things, like illegitimate, horrible things, doing business with people, ripping people off. He's lied everywhere. And for Kamala to who knows what happened behind doors with that whole situation. I can see her just being a good person in public and be like, she probably made the right decision. Trump is a nasty, vile human. I would never trust him to make the right decision behind closed doors.
You said by looking at her in public, you can assume based on
she was elected to every position she's
choose.
ever had, right? She's elected to every position. So people close to her in proximity to her, even the men who tried their best, could not outperform her. She did great. She, the people saw her and the way she did her job. She did plenty of things that are complete opposite of what you're trying to reveal about her. Like she did a divert program for people who are first-time offenders for drug offenses. If they got a job, they had their records expunged. They went to court, to drug court once a week. This was a thing that is completely the opposite of what you're trying to sell about Kamala Harris. She is not tough on crime like you guys like to demonize every once in a while. Trump definitely is, though. Trump definitely he wants the military in cities.
I don't disagree with being tough on crime, but when you have someone who has an agreed upon sentence, okay, and then that sentence is extended without any due process, I would feel like the left of all people would be like, that's not cool.
I don't think this is a thing she wants to go around and do all the time. This is not a thing about her.
It's not, again, it's not about what she could end up doing. I can only judge you on what you've done.
Look,
right?
Trump's not, dude. Trump has held people prisoner in the UAE and forced them to build buildings for him at a loss. They had to sit. He held their passports from them, and they had to pay their own way and work slave labor. And they even did the same thing to build Trump Tower. Like Trump is literally for fucking people over and making people's lives miserable. And if you think Kamala was like malicious once, wait till you hear about what Trump does all the goddamn time. That's how he does business.
I mean, I have never once heard of him withholding people's passports and forcing
Go read about it.
Essentially,
slave labor
to burn.
Absolutely, he did it. And I mean, he got caught trying to deny black people housing in 1973. Got sued by the federal government. Like
that's strange to me because, okay, maybe I don't want to go back and forth the whole him what he did in New York because I mean, I had someone tell me again that he received 2 or 3 awards for his work in the African American community in New York by the NAACP during the 80s and 90s. So the tail end of the 80s.
We all see how Trump fishes for awards. It doesn't make it any better just because he won an award, People of the Year or whatever, doesn't mean he's the person of the year, does it? He's a horrible person.
I'm just saying there's no way an organization that's as reputable as the NAACP is just going to give this guy an award because
they can rate him right now and he has like a F from the NAACP.
Say he did not. He definitely did. But
they can rank him right now, and I promise you, it's not the same. Okay, just they get to take that back.
Well, it's also not the same NAACP as it was in the 90s.
Well, look at what he did at the Black Journalist Conference when he was given a chance to explain some of the harmful things he said about black people. He fucking turned around and spit in these reporters' faces and called them nasty. What horrible questions. And he just fucking scrutinized and berated them and said how unfairly treated he was, when instead he could have been like, listen, I want to do the right thing for this community. Like, he could have said a million things, but that's the direction he went with it.
Again, I didn't see that. I don't think I've ever seen with him, and as far as minorities go, especially African Americans in the White House, were those events with the Platinum Plan he did in 2018, as well as the Blexit.
What about him
thing.
calling Kamala not black?
Calling her not black? Because she didn't claim to be black for a very long time. That's a part of her track record.
Not a thing.
She didn't claim to be Jamaican for a long time. I mean,
it's not a thing.
Her father came out and said it. It is a thing.
No, it's not. Like, you might have a bunch of clips where she was the first Southeast Asian to be in Senate, so she said that.
No,
but she wasn't the first black person. She brings up those things when it's appropriate, but she doesn't go around saying I'm black every day. She doesn't need to do that.
When it's appropriate. It's not about when it's appropriate. It's about when it benefits her.
Like, dog, she is literally half black. She's literally, you can't choose it. No matter how much you want to invoke it, no matter how much you don't invoke it, you're just still
Again,
black, man.
no, I'm not saying you're not. What I'm saying is when it benefits her, that's when she attempts to use it to her own justification.
Okay.
That doesn't mean it's the same thing. She assumes that all black people are
And
monoliths.
it's
She
sort of
puts on these absurd like urbophonics accents and acts as though
it's called code switching,
It's
dude.
demeaning.
It's not demeaning.
I know
It's
what
called code
is,
switching.
bro. Come on, dog. That's not.
When I
you go
talk
the
to my
Breakfast
dad on
Club
the
and then you
phone,
act
I talk in a
certain
country
way.
accent.
What do you say?
When I talk to my dad on the phone, I talk in a country accent.
Okay.
It's a
Right.
it's a normal thing people do.
Yeah, again, but is there not a certain level to which if you are a politician, I want you to be the
You're
same in
tone
every room you
policing the
go into?
way she inflects her voice, but you
Oh,
don't give a
don't
fuck
tone
when Trump says
policing, dude.
horrible things. You're the way
When
she
did I say I
inflects her
didn't
voice
care?
is more harmful to you than Trump saying fucking literally vile things that will go down in history as some of the worst things our presidents have ever said.
Well, that's easy. There's been some guys who said some pretty bad things as president that eclipse anything Trump has ever said, whether in jest or seriously. I'm not saying I agree with everything you said.
I think
What I'm
he
saying
takes the
is
prize.
no, he doesn't. No way.
Migrants poisoning the blood of the country. He literally quoted Hitler, called them vermin.
So nothing that Johnson ever said, nothing that Jackson ever said, could ever eclipse what Trump has said. Is that what you're saying,
Um,
bro?
I think
if we're arguing in good, I'm saying if we're arguing in good faith, come on, like that's
no,
not.
no. I
there's
think
no
we could
shot.
still him calling like as the president, him being so inflammatory in every instance. Yeah, I think he's demonized just about everybody on the left, not just minority groups. He's demonized trans people, he's demonized black people, he's demonized brown people, he's demonized women, and I think he's done it more frequently than anybody else too. And he's taught people that it's a good thing. Like he's got the whole country to have this same fuck you attitude.
I mean, but okay, what I'm saying is like having an attitude and saying these things, and it's not politically correct, or not even just politically correct. I'm not gonna use that term, but saying things that as a president you shouldn't say. Okay, we agree, right? Sure. But to say that he takes the cake, okay, in comparison to guys like
What about
Jackson
him
and
versus
Johnson and
Kamala?
even
What about him
LBJ.
versus Kamala? The inflection of her voice or the things Trump says?
Don't pivot. I'm saying I asked you a question, right? And I'm asking you in good faith. You can't possibly say that he's in any way even top 5 in all presidents as far as what he
Candace,
said about
thank
minorities.
you so much for the $20. Thank you for doing what you do. Thank you so much, Candace. Chat, I do have a Cash App Venmo in the bio. What are those things that they said? What would you say is worse than what Trump said? Like when he pointed to a bunch of indigenous people and said, they don't look Indian enough to me.
That's wild. I mean Johnson was I mean he wasn't a good guy. I mean he berated Frederick Douglass on numerous occasions. He said that the country was for, I'm paraphrasing, but he said the country was for white men, and as long as he's president, it's always going to be for white men and white men alone.
Trump
He
says
said
that. Trump says all.
When did he say that this country is for white men, and as long as he's president, it's going to be just for white men?
Charlie Kirk, Trump's favorite person ever, said that Democrats want to make this nation less white. So this is definitely still part of the messaging. It's just diluted a little bit.
So I got caught up reading the comments. I'm sorry.
Charlie Kirk said Democrats want to make this nation less white. Do you still feel like that same sentiment is just still here, just more palatable?
I mean, saying Democrats want to make the country less white.
Yeah, you're black, right?
Yeah.
How do you feel about if you were standing in a crowd and Charlie Kirk said that and everyone cheered?
I definitely feel a certain way, of course. Absolutely. Because it implies that your presence isn't isn't as favored as someone who
Yeah, you're
looks
not welcome.
like someone who's white.
Yeah.
Right. But again, that's not the point I was trying to make. That's why I was asking you in that particular sense, if we're arguing in good faith still, like, dude, he said some pretty awful things, right? But he's by no means in comparison to top of any president who's ever said anything. Even
Like,
in the last
again,
2 centuries. I
like,
won't even give you Johnson. That's
even
the
when those things were
1870s.
said, I don't even know, like, besides in the era of the Civil War, if they would be as inflammatory, like, socially, as what Trump is saying now. Like, if Trump were to say those things right now, yes, it would be really bad. But back then, given the context and the culture, like, people weren't outraged by that. But here we are in the year of 2025, still saying these things, just watered down.
What do you mean people weren't outraged by that? Of course they were.
No, it was very normal, right? There was a whole group of people where, like, that just bounced right off yours. You're like, yep, thank you.
I mean, but there's always gonna be that group of. That's what I'm. There's always gonna be that group of people.
Yeah, but they're
And
a small
being black,
minority
again, there's people.
now,
you said?
but they were a huge
Small.
majority back then.
Yeah, and again, society, it's on a cyclical basis. Unfortunately, that's just how all societies go. You're gonna have this moment of a golden age, essentially, to where, which I feel like was
I think this ties great into the
late
politically
90s,
correct thing,
late 90s, early 2000s. You know what I mean? Golden
right?
age, and then it starts to. What do you say?
I think it ties perfectly into the politically correct conversation too, right? Like, if you in one breath say that I don't care about the political correctness, and in the other breath talk about how what he said back then was so jarring compared to what Trump says, I think it perfectly illustrates, like, back then it was nothing.
I didn't say I didn't care about political correctness. What I said was, if you have to give me a straight answer and it's not going to be PC, I prefer the straight answer as opposed to that. You see what I'm saying?
That's not.
I didn't say that there. I did say that there were certain things that shouldn't be said in society, especially in the West. Absolutely, and you know that I said that. You can't say that I didn't.
Yeah, I know,
So
but
there's several things that we shouldn't.
whatever
we should
Trump is-
never even encroach upon.
whatever Trump is, he's not that. He is missing that mark. He's a little too much, right?
I can't say that he's.
I'll give you an
he's
example.
getting there.
I'll give you an example. Someone accuses you of rape.
Okay.
Joe Biden goes, let's hear what she has to say. Trump, when Tara Reid accused Biden, he goes, let's hear her story. Let's hear what she has to say. Trump came out, tweeted 40 times in one night, called her horseface, not the chosen one, said that, she's not his type. And then had all these people, that's the conversation that was started, how crazy and how ugly she is, and that she's not even hot enough for Trump to rape. That's the conversation that would be politically incorrect to start having as a president. And then we have a whole sexist movement, victim blaming sexist movement. Don't believe them. Sexist movement. I have people up here all the time telling me that women who dress a certain way deserve it. I had someone last week say that.
No, it's not.
I had someone last week say that. That is the culture that this perpetuates. And for you to throw away the whole PC thing, that's what this creates.
The way a woman dresses, she deserves grape, that you said?
Yep.
Jesus. That's not remotely true. Or the where she is at a certain time, that I don't agree with that at all. No. But the whole point I'm trying to make is, again, not just 1 point, 2 points. Freedom of speech is important, right? And I feel like there are going to be things that make you feel a certain way that don't encroach upon these kind of sacred, not necessarily phrases that we should be like, no way, absolutely not, no, because of the historical context behind them. That should be, I have no problem, for example, with whoever saying, the most nasty things about people who are black. If that's, you want to say that, you can say, listen before we jump the gun, okay? Because that's your right to say that. Now, if someone beats your ass for it, I'm not gonna, necessarily shed a tear, right? But do I think you shouldn't be allowed to say, not being allowed to say something is very different than taking a second to be like,
Nobody's
Trump, the
trying
guy
to
should
outlaw
be
it, though.
saying this.
Nobody's trying to outlaw it.
But
Nobody's.
again, it's always, everything is piecemealed, bro. It's how it works. It's how it's always worked. You're never gonna be like, hey man, we're just gonna get rid of all of it right now. No, you
No, no,
get
no.
rid
The
of,
only one eroding away First Amendment rights is Trump.
which rights in the First Amendment.
Like I said, first of all, my political beliefs, I am literally labeled a terrorist. If you want to go over it, we can look at the criteria. I'm a terrorist. So at any given moment, Trump decides he doesn't like me, I could be in
been
prison.
labeled a terrorist?
Yes.
Okay. By what account?
I'm Antifa.
Huh. Well, I mean, I don't think by any the imagination you're by any means a domestic terrorist, but he's labeled the group Antifa.
Yeah.
Which I mean, I'm not biggest fan of a lot of their protests, but do they have the right to have them? Absolutely, I agree with that unequivocally. But domestic terrorists is interesting.
Yeah, like I could be in prison for life. Who knows? One day, if Trump gets really angry, if I say something, I have a nice post that goes viral, I could be the next Mahmoud Khalil. I could be in jail.
Yeah, I mean, that would be a gross, gross, gross attempt federal government overreach if you were ever imprisoned for merely saying
What is he
things.
doing this
Now,
though?
again, if you're threatening the guy, I mean that's a little different.
That's not it. This is not for the sake of us threatening Trump or anything like that. This is just saying that Antifa, this is the executive order
Can
right
you
here.
zoom in on it? My bad. Can't really.
Designated Antifa as domestic terrorist organization. Antifa is a militaristic anarchist enterprise that explicitly calls for overthrow of the United States government. It does not. Law enforcement authorities and our system of law does not do any of that. No, we are against fascism. That's what it stands for, anti-fascism. So anybody who is doing all the 14 tenets of fascism, that's what we're against. If you're a Nazi, you should get your glass jawed. That's all I think. That's my only beliefs. And I'm saying, like, if you're literally holding a Nazi flag, you should be in glass jaw. I'm not saying everybody else is a Nazi. That would be my belief. There's no organization. There's no hotline. There's no headquarters. There's no LLC. There's nothing.
Yeah, no, I'm not. As far as like a group, I meant like people who all identify as Antifa, which again is just anti-fascist, which everyone should be technically. But I will say, I think the biggest issue, again, the reason why I really wanted to get on here is because I feel like it kind of ties into the, sending USAID sending $9 billion to, South America and then, $40 billion to, Ethiopia and whatever.
No, it's $9 billion yearly to everywhere.
No, I'm not. I wasn't. I was just putting numbers. I'm not saying that's what it was.
Yeah.
But because we said the 40 billion came from, we were talking about Argentina. That's why it just jumped to my head. Is because I feel like we're living in this, and I hope you will agree, hopefully, in this almost like an echo chamber constantly, both sides. And I think that's the biggest difference today. Military budget is like 80%. Not.
I would say that one side may have like an algorithm echo chamber, but the other side has actual literal echo chambers. They're called churches. And they hype themselves up and convince themselves that the earth is 6,000 years old and that women shouldn't have rights and that gay people are less than. We have a lot of that.
So, okay, clearly by that response here, are you agnostic, atheist? What's the
Agnostic
system? Okay. So as I can see why you would or which is to be echo chambers. Would you say the same thing about mosques and
Hmm.
synagogues?
Yeah.
Okay. So I just wanted to make sure we were being like consistent at least. But I've spoken to people who are like, no, it's way different because those two are cultural and one is a choice. Whatever.
No,
Not trying to get
I
down
think
that
all
rabbit
religion's pretty stupid
hole. Okay. Why do you say that?
because you have to suspend the laws of physics and you have to believe supernatural shit happened. And you also just have to believe the huge glaring plot holes and the stuff that science completely disagrees with, like global floods,
Yes.
zombie Jesus, all that stuff.
Be Jesus. So we're all over the place. Um, for one, I feel like religion in and of itself is old as time. Like human beings have forever believed in something, and even as an agnostic, you hold a belief as well. It's just there's certain things in life that again, I'm not saying because we can't explain it to be God. I'm not saying the God of the gaps. I'm not. That's not my perspective. But I will say that there are very particular things, especially when it comes to in a political conversation, like moral aptitudes. That where are you getting your morality from? Do you see what I'm saying? Like
I would love to talk about that.
there's
I
yeah,
think that
absolutely.
my morality is far better than God's.
Okay, you just care to explain?
Yeah, I think slavery's wrong. Checkmate.
Okay, why? I agree. For everyone who thinks I wouldn't, but I agree.
All right. God just forgot to mention all that. He gave instructions for
So
slavery.
that wasn't an instruction for slavery.
It was.
Again, the slavery that we're thinking about, the transatlantic slave trade and there's another slave trade in the
Talking about
Far
chattel
East. I
slavery.
forgot the
It
name.
was absolutely the same. They talked about a whole group of people, Israelites, right?
Yes. Right.
And then
So
they had
the Israelites
instructions
weren't
for
the ones
like
who were.
they had instructions for how you could beat them as long as you didn't kill them. You could beat them, right? If as long as they didn't die within 3 days. You also get to took the women in and bang them and reproduce with them. You would say
Listen
that's bad,
anymore.
right?
No,
I don't
but
think that's good.
that's not true. That's okay.
You want me to read it?
Please, as far as if you
It's also instructions for abortion.
there's not.
Bitter
That's been
waters?
proved. I know the verse you're talking about. It's not in the Septuagint, but
Huh?
Isaiah, I think. I'm trying to think of the exact verse. No, it's not in Jeremiah. It's just the verse you were talking about initially.
It was literally for people to miscarry if you had a adultery, if your wife was fucking around on you. All right. Exodus 21, 1 through 11.
Slaves?
A Hebrew slave was to serve 6 years, then be freed in the seventh. And the quote is, if you were to buy a Hebrew servant, he is to serve you for 6 years, but in the seventh year, he shall go free without paying anything. If the servant came single, he left single. If married, his wife left with him. A daughter sold as a servant had special protections and could not be sold to foreigners. That's Exodus 21. These are literal instructions, right? Treatment of slaves. If a master beat a slave to death, the master was to be punished. If the slave survived a day or two, no punishment occurred, as the slave was considered the master's property. I'm against that. I feel like that easily is something no matter what point in time you're pointing to, not good. So therefore I am more moral than God. Leviticus also talked about foreign and Hebrew slaves. Israelites could be treated as slaves permanently. They were hired workers, but foreigners, however, could be owned permanently and passed down to children as property. You may buy male and female slaves from the nations around you, and you can bequeath them to your children as inherited property. Leviticus 25, 44 through 46. Deuteronomy 15, 12 through 18. Again, Hebrew slaves are freed after 6 years. Masters are told to provide them generously livestock goods when released. Runaway slaves are not to be returned to their masters, but allowed to live freely. Do not hand over their masters a slave who has escaped. Let them live among you wherever they like. I also don't believe that you should stone your children to death for not obeying you. I also think that mixing fabrics is chill and that pork and cheese is delicious.
Right. And the law was meant to essentially show that mankind is and that they cannot be perfect, regardless of what they attempt to do. Furthermore, the Old Testament has a lot of description, not conscription. A lot of these things are being described by their large Israelites or Hebrew scholars at the time of what was happening. It's not a direct revelation from God to go into
That's
all
not
these
true.
nations and
It was. It was actually directly. These were literal instructions from the person who wrote this. Right? Was a prophet. So it was God telling him these things through an angel. If you believe in all of that crazy shit. Like, I can't believe we even talk about this. Like, that's a normal sentence you could have with somebody. Like, in my head, I'm just like, yeah, there's no talking snakes, there's no talking donkeys, there's no unicorns, there's no giants, there's no world flood. Pretty easy.
This was written by Moses. They're in large what Moses prescribed for his people. Their hearts had been hardened to where if they did not receive such gifts as their neighboring nations, they would turn their face from God. So again, these are
They had to
things
be
where
bought.
God is allowing. Yes, people naturally have to be dissuaded. Yes, absolutely. That's just what people do.
Yeah,
Because
I don't know.
if this
I would have
was- okay, what
persuaded
I'm
him
saying
with
is,
like
if this was true,
like
if this was
free
with what?
wine or something, not slaves.
free wi-
Yeah.
yeah, when manna fell from the sky, he did, and they were like, "Yeah, screw it, I don't care. I want to have what they have."
Like none of this
whole
makes any
entire-
sense.
Again, the entire old. What I'm saying to you, the entire Old Testament, okay, is a complete description from point A to B of how the Israelites and Hebrews and all 12 tribes continually had what they needed from God and turned their face. He would try and pull them back and pull them back. But again, if these were things that he unequivocally agreed with, he would continue to mention them, for one, in the New Testament.
He did
And I know
not.
you're going to try and mention.
He didn't say any. He didn't say, by the way, slavery's bad. Chill out with that. I would have remembered that if I was God. Would have been on my list.
That?
Just saying.
He did.
I have a thing for consent. I don't go around raping like 12-year-old girls and impregnating them. That's something God did.
Who's
Not
that?
for that.
Who raped the 12-year-old girl? I'm sorry.
God?
Who was that?
Mary?
Mary was not 12.
She was like 12, 14.
Come on, bro.
How old was she, bro? What's the age of consent for you? For God.
She wasn't 12, 14, 16.
She was 14.
She wasn't a teenager.
She was a 14er. Yes, she was.
She was not 14. No, she wasn't.
Tell me where you think how old she was and what gives you the reason to believe that, because
earliest estimate she was like 19.
There's nobody who says that. The historians all agree she was like 14.
"17" is what was varied.
It says 15 to 16 years old when Jesus was born, meaning she was banged by God when she was 15 or 14.
So again, banged by God. I mean, there's a lot of, as far as you being as, politically correct as you would claim to be, it's a lot of like.
I have no respect for religion. No.
You have no respect for religion?
No.
Do you have respect for the West and Western culture?
I don't know what that means.
You do. Where do you live? You live in the
Do I
United States?
respect? Like, I think religion is the oppressor in the United States right now. So I feel like we have every right to. Yeah, Christianity is oppressing people right now in this country. So we have every right to speak out against it, talk shit. I think that door is wide open.
So I'm saying, but as far as if we were boiling down the United States to its, nuts and bolts, it would be the Constitution. Bill of Rights, Declaration of Independence, things like that. By and large, regardless of the religious makeup of the country at the time, all these documents, to some degree, right, mentioned the creator and that these rights were endowed by said creator and not by man, right? So
Sure, they
what
were
I'm saying is
deists.
all of these.
They weren't Christian. They were deists. A lot of them.
Not well. Jefferson wasn't. I know there was several. Well, most.
Jefferson had his own Bible, right?
Yeah, where he cut out certain things in the Bible. Yeah, absolutely.
There was actually a thing called the Treaty of Tripoli where they explicitly explain how there was no religion of like official religion of the United States, and the very first thing they thought of when they escaped the shit they were dealing with from the Church of England, they said, "Hey, the first thing I decide we should write down in the First Amendment is Congress shall pass no law respecting any religion." That was the first thing fresh on their minds, is the divorce from religion. So for people to continue to try to reinvoke this is crazy.
The separation of church and state, again, was to protect the church, not the state.
No.
That's yes.
No.
So in England,
they wanted separate. They were getting oppressed by the church in England. What?
Yes, exactly.
They weren't worried for the Church of England.
It's not. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying they were attempting to defend Christianity, by and large, the church, from any influence from the state, essentially, right? To where the state cannot encroach upon your religion or any religion in a means to influence you by using what you hold most dear to you as leverage in some way, shape, or form. That's what the Church of England was doing. They were utilizing the church as a means of forcing all of the citizens of England at the time to, I mean, over there, just bow before.
Okay.
Sort of England.
All right. The Article 11 of 1797 Treaty of Tripoli is often decided in discussions about separation of church and state, stating that government of the United States is not, in any sense, founded on the Christian religion.
But it was founded with Christian. So the Christian religion, it doesn't.
What, slavery? What values are you talking about? It was founded on.
How is slavery a Christian value?
Please I just explained it. They used the Bible to defend slavery.
What part of the Bible did they use to defend slavery?
The ones I just fucking read to you.
Saying, but you said that Christianity has in its core values of slavery. In what way, shape, or form?
Right there, talking about how God said slavery was good here and you're allowed to do it here. So we're about to enjoy our fruits here at home in America. God said that you're allowed to have slaves. Here's where I have a God-given right to have slaves.
Again, none of those are Christian values.
That is absolutely what Christian brought to the nation. That's what Christianity brought to us.
You intentionally misinterpreting, not you, I'm saying, if someone intentionally misinterpreting scripture and they're using it as to their own benefit, does not represent the religion in and of itself. That's like me saying, it's
what happens when you introduce religion to government. I'm sorry, but people are flawed. And that's what, like, I can sit here and pull all of these horrible things that your Bible says to do, and it's your job as a human to say, oh, actually, those are bad. And that's what I'm telling you, is like, we are way better indicators of what's right and wrong than the fucking Bible.
Okay, if we are way better, then how is it that all of these things have matriculated over time in a society that has become increasingly more secular?
You mean non-religious? Because
secular,
we are actually, we're dipping. Like, we're becoming less and less religious. And the Christians, we have 100% representation of Christianity in Congress and the Senate. And in every governor, in almost every fucking political position in the United States, almost all of them try to say they're Christian to win points.
Right. Because the country, what is it? 62% of the nation is
51.
51 now? Okay. Yeah, I mean, but again, I'm not saying that people do things that are inherently bad and they claim to be Christian. People do things that are inherently bad and claim to be Muslims. That doesn't mean that.
So there's no correlation.
Is the problem,
right? So there's no correlation. Just because you're religious does not mean you're good. You could also be a complete piece of shit.
Right, but when I asked you, and I know you not that you ran from it, but I asked you where your morality came from, and you said it was you. Full stop.
Personal preference.
Personal preference. So again, the issue with that is if my personal preference is opposite to yours, what stops me from invoking my personal preference upon society?
Like the same way that we do with religion. So like if my religion's different than yours, how do we choose? We choose based on generally what's acceptable, right? So like I don't like being stabbed. So I think we all came together one day and was like, hey, we're gonna make stabbing illegal because I don't like that. I don't like people stealing from me, so we're gonna outlaw stealing. We don't need a book for that.
I'm not saying you need a book for that. I'm asking you specifically where your morality comes from, but you've laid it out as personal preference and then society. But society continually has shown throughout history to make very terrible decisions.
And so is Christianity. Shanna, thank you so
But
much for
not-
Superfan. Thank you so much.
but not Christ, correct?
How
if we're
I
arguing.
mean, Christ also has brought plenty of like the Crusades. He
Jesus
also
was
killed.
at the forefront of that. He was there. He was there with a sword, and
I mean, technically,
batting
right?
armor.
He is every time, right? Technically,
he is where what?
like he's everywhere. He can.
He's-
He, in
he
fact,
was in-
he
he
knew
was
this
in-
was
he was
going
there
to
with the
happen,
sword
and he let it play out, right?
Right, because you'd rather not have free will. I'm sorry.
No, like it's not even free will after this point, right? He knew exactly what was going to happen. That's not free will.
So that doesn't even make any sense.
How, does he not? Are there things that Jesus or
So-
God does not know?
Does he have he has an effect on that?
Yeah, he
Me
literally knew
knowing-
it at the beginning of time, right? He knew exactly what was going to happen. All the
But
things.
me knowing what's gonna. So if I tape a game right now that I just watched, and I rewatch it, and I know what's gonna happen, does that mean that they didn't have free will as far as the decisions they made during that game?
No, I'm saying like if you were to jerk off and somehow implant that into eggs, and you had a petri dish full of little zygotes, and somehow you got them to grow into little babies, and then you knew that if you put a knife in the playpen, that one of them would get hurt, and you did that, I'd say you're a bad person, and that's what God did.
Who's the knife?
Who's the knife? Sin?
He invoked sin.
Of course. He made evil. He made sin, right? He made the devil.
He didn't. He didn't create sin.
Of course he did. Is there something God didn't create outside of God's creation?
Well, I mean, of course, as far as God creates something, and then there's a perversion of that creation. He didn't create.
He
the perversion,
foresaw
the
that though,
perversion
right?
Creates itself.
He absolutely knew that was going to happen, and then he did it anyway.
Yeah, but again, if you know that your child or whoever is going to make a mistake, and it's
And you watch it
vastly
play out,
different
and
when you're
people go
all-knowing.
through-
No, okay, again. But what I'm saying is, it's different when you're a parent. If you had a kid and you knew that they're going to make a mistake, but you knew ultimately what was going to happen, and you
A
let it
lot of
happen,
pain
that
and
means that
suffering.
in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
Again, what I'm trying to explain to you is, as far as free will goes, you'd much rather have it than not. That's just what it is, regardless if he's all knowing.
I'm just saying it's incoherent under your worldview, and you just, I don't know, had to stop
How is it
explaining because it
incoherent?
is.
How?
Because there's no such thing as free will if everything's predetermined, because God knows what's going to happen. It's
How is it predetermined? That's what I'm trying to.
God
you're not
knows-
explaining how it's predetermined.
Is God
God
all-knowing?
knowing something? Yes, God is all knowing. He's omnipresent. He's omniscient. Yes.
So if the fact that I just flipped my pencil, he knows I'm about to do this, right?
Yes. Does that mean you didn't do it?
He knew
Who did it?
right when he splooged the universe out that I was going to do this, and he knew that
Yes.
somebody just like the Holocaust was going to happen as well, right? But he
Yep.
did it anyway. He let it happen.
Yeah. Well, what do you? That's what I'm trying to explain to you. Like, knowing these things are going to happen for the
It's
sake
the
of them
problem of
happening.
evil. It's the problem of evil. If you ever heard, I'm baffled as the first time you've heard of this, but that's why church is an echo chamber, because nobody actually challenges these beliefs or any of this thought process in a church. In fact, it's like blasphemy, right? Like, hey, why did God stop on the sixth day? Like, nobody asks these questions and challenges a priest when he's
People
teaching.
do.
Things. You're supposed to accept it as absolute truth. It's divine truth, right?
Says who?
Says me. Like, I actually got scolded by my stepmom, who's a huge Bible thumper. I was like, hey, if somebody goes around and shoots a church up and then asks God for forgiveness, is he going to go to heaven? And she was like, yeah. And I was like, oh, that's bad. And she's like, well, how dare you? Like, you know, it was very hard for her.
Okay, again, I'm not, people, like I said, people are not infallible, right? So I'm not saying that that's right. But what I'm saying is you have absolutely every right to, and you should have every right to. I'm not saying you do, because there's some churches where people
You really
are
don't.
people and they don't. I mean, maybe you should come to my church. You know what I'm saying? We might be able to have a decent conversation as far as, you know, being able to just speak and not impose anything upon you and tell you you're not going to, you know, ushers lock the doors. And we're not doing any of that.
Would it
Like,
be
you
a
can-
weird situation for me to bring this up to the face of the preacher, the instructions for slavery? Do you think he would find himself stuttering, not knowing what the fuck to say because nobody ever asked him about that?
No, I feel like many pastors, especially there's certain things that like I'm not, again, you know, you have to go to X church or whatever. But there's a lot of pastors, especially nowadays, who have gone into places that obviously are very secular to have conversations. I'm not saying with the picket signs or whatever, but just to speak with people and be like, you know, pick your brain as to why, you know, you feel a certain way about certain things. Um, and I think that's the ultimate. And again, I know you're going to be like, this is not true, but the Great Commission with as far as the gospel and what Christ had told his followers to do was to do just that. You don't have to be a pastor to do it. You don't have to be a position of power, but just being a person to spread what would be considered the good news in Christian sectors without doing so forcefully. You don't agree? God bless you. Keep it pushing. That's what it's intended to be. Right? I think that a lot of things have been distorted over time. Absolutely.
The Bible actually says to shout like a horn and to proselytize, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. I feel like it's really annoying, but I don't know. It also ties into I don't know, the people who are actually trying to shove shit down our throats, not the LGBTQ community. But I don't know. I think the whole premise of the Bible is crazy when you like step back and look at it. God created a copy of himself to come down so that he can save us from himself and then come like die. He took like 2 days off, I guess, and he came back to life, which is not a big deal to me, honestly. If you have
that's a pretty
eternal
gross
life,
trivialization of what had happened. I mean, that's not, you get Christ isn't a copy of, there's a triune. They've existed since the beginning. In the beginning there was God. In the beginning there was the Word. The
whatever
Word was
it
God.
was.
The Word was with God. So I'm just saying, out of respect, I'm not trying to be this like, hey, you know, but at the same time, like,
it sounds weird,
making a
right? Like when you
copy of
actually
himself and taking 2 days off, it doesn't sound weird if you understand canonically what had happened. If you look throughout the Bible as if it's pointing in one direction, and that direction ends up being what is Christ, and everything that has played out since has been direct correlation to one individual 2,000 years ago. I mean, I feel like that's pretty monumental. And again, the point I was trying to make before we got on this tangent was where your morality comes from and why that supersedes that of what should be a perfect and moral being that exists out of space, time, and matter.
Yeah, I have superior morality to God because in his book of instructions on how to live life, he says a lot of things I don't agree with that sound really bad, that I just pointed out, and he left out a bunch of stuff that I deem very bad that I think would be no-brainers, and I think it's a broken way to look at life.
What I'm saying, as far as Christianity goes, I'm not talking about anything else. Okay, what did Jesus say that you disagree with vehemently? That would make you think this person is not. Yes, this person is not trustworthy by any means. There's no reason why anyone would ever put their faith in him. I don't understand him.
There's not much troublesome in the New Testament for Jesus, but it's God, right? So God and Jesus, they're all like the same person, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Right. So technically God,
but again,
in the First Testament, said some really scary stuff. Like put us into existence says, hey, if you don't love me unconditionally, I'm going to kill you, and you burn a lake of fire forever.
Right. But is that burning in a lake of fire and killing you internally? Or again, if this is the God who's created life, he also has the same right to take life.
I don't agree with
If I'm
that.
thinking
Like,
of it-
is that applicable anywhere
No,
else?
I'm asking you if you create something. I'm not saying we're not talking about.
Can you
children
just kill
here,
your son?
okay?
I can't just kill
No.
children, right?
Oh my God. Your children? No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying at all. Okay.
So why is this okay again?
Okay, because the idea of creating life is significantly different in how mankind does it or biological beings do it than an omnipresent, omniscient God that created an entire universe in to quote the Bible, in the palm of his hand.
So
But
if it's really big, your creation, then you can kill it.
no, again, you're
Tell me the
that's not
logic,
what I'm
man.
saying.
Here
not
we
what I'm
are,
saying.
challenging your beliefs,
What I'm saying-
and you're
Okay,
flabbergasted.
again, no, I'm not
You're
Alexis,
telling me
stop,
is that,
stop.
like, so nonchalantly that you can take something out of existence if you give it birth, and that's not true. It's not true
So
in
again,
any other
the
sense.
whole point, though I'm saying, but the whole point, Christ coming down to earth was to give mankind access to the kingdom of heaven. That's what Christianity says, right? That's what Jesus said.
Why
okay?
couldn't he just send them straight to heaven?
Because God cannot exist within imperfection in his own dwelling. What?
So he
Whole
can
point.
just do that, right? Like, he's perfect.
That's
He
the
can
whole
do
point
that.
of the Garden of Eden. The whole point of the Garden of Eden.
But he
is
fucked
that
up, right?
no
He couldn't
longer-
foresee. He couldn't see. He couldn't foresee the fact that in the first 2 weeks, Eve fucking betrayed everybody.
And you could have just placed all those people in heaven and not created anyone who would have gone to hell. That's just logically coherent. you could have
Right.
worked that way around.
Mhm. But what is hell to you? I mean, I know people assume hell is Dante's Inferno.
According to the Bible and Jesus, it's a lake of fire that we're going to be thrown into.
The lake of fire is just non-existence. That's what the lake of fire becomes. It's figurative
Where
language.
is that?
Says
Where is
who?
it specified?
What it says? Who? What do you mean says who? Biblical scholars have said it for hundreds of years.
Yeah, no,
The
but
lake
it's
of
never
fire?
that's never clarified in the Bible. It's never so Jesus describes it as a lake of fire, but it never says, oh, a lake of fire is just non-existence.
Okay. At the same time, Jesus described hell as eternal fire, and then in the same hand described it as eternal darkness. How can you have eternal fire and eternal darkness at the same time?
Maybe the lake
I
of
don't know.
fire
It
leads
sounds
to
like a
darkness.
contradiction, man.
Yeah.
It sounds like
Or
another
it sounds like
contradiction.
it sounds like figurative language because he's trying to describe life without God. So the whole point of hell is separation from God. You've decided your entire life. I have nothing to do with him. I want nothing to do with him. Hold on.
Jay, how can you be separated
Hold
from
on.
an omnipresent God? How can you be separated from someone who's everywhere at all times? That doesn't make sense.
Separation from the goodness of God. That's what it's described as.
Is
Obviously,
God
he's still-
everywhere?
He's omnipresent. I've already said this.
Yeah, God is everywhere, so his goodness is everywhere.
So is good. That's not. No, that's not. That's not even remotely true. What are you talking about?
How
Because
so?
he is everywhere.
Yeah.
The goodness of him is extended at his own discretion. Correct.
I thought it was unconditional.
Yeah.
No, it's obviously unconditional. What are you talking? Who
It's
told
like
you that?
it's like a core property of his. It's what makes God
So
God.
where does it say that it's unconditional in the sense that you can do whatever and have whatever and you
Yeah,
still get
someone
to
in
go to heaven,
Walmart?
no big deal.
Someone in Walmart told me, he said Jesus loves
Is that
you, even though
God-
I've done
God-
horrible
God-
things.
God said that?
Yeah.
Yeah, he loves you, and he loves you enough to admit to the fact that if you want nothing to do with him, why would you spend eternity with him? That makes no sense.
Yeah, so the punishment for sinning is just nothing?
The punishment you said, what punishment for what?
Is nothing?
For sinning is nothing?
The punishment for sinning is nothing?
Punishment for sinning is eternal separation, and then obviously non-existence.
So the same thing we have
end.
right now?
Yeah. It's,
You have that now.
Yeah, I don't. Where's God?
I mean, you can describe it in many different ways, but what I'm saying is what the Bible is espoused, is what I'm trying to explain to you, okay, is that the goodness of God can be described by the things you enjoy while on earth. And when you reject God and the premise of Christ's salvation, okay, you inherently say, I don't want anything to do with you without understanding the grandiose scope of that, which means all the things that you do love, you will no longer have access to. You will be separated from that. And then that's why it describes it as gnashing of teeth.
Can you
or
explain to
grinding
me
of
what
teeth
heaven looks like?
in-
If your mother was in hell and you were in
Mhm.
heaven, how would you feel? And how was that heaven?
my mother was in hell and I was in heaven,
Mhm.
it'd be terrible. I mean,
How
from
is that
my
heaven, though?
perspective,
But I thought you were supposed to be like
I mean,
eternally
it would
happy.
be, yeah. I mean, it would be terrible in the sense that she didn't accept Christ. I would feel terrible, absolutely.
That doesn't sound like
But
a good place.
well, if you're connected to, again, we're trying to have a conversation in good faith. If you're connected to the creation of all things that are good, right? You would definitely be able to, in some way, shape, or form, it's described in the Bible anyway, to understand as to why X, Y, and Z is necessary or was necessary. You get the full picture. You don't get the corner of the painting that your 70 years on Earth was. You get to see the entire picture. Okay, and understand that as much as you love your mother, if she chose not to accept Christ and she wanted nothing to do with him, nothing to do with God, she
God
lived
knew
as she
that
wanted
going
to live,
into
did
this.
whatever,
So I'd probably be pretty
right?
mad at God for putting me in that situation.
Putting in a situation of giving you an opportunity to live. Again, this is where it comes the whole free will thing.
It's an
He didn't tell
opportunity,
her-
but like,
Wait,
yeah,
can
it's an
I, can I
opportunity.
can I address the
You
can
get
I
to make
address
a
the free
decision.
will thing? Can I
Yeah.
address this free will thing? So
Sure.
Pickles was correct. So the whole free will omniscience thing is kind of like silly to think. Like I'll try and set up an example just to explain it easier. If God knows I'll wear a blue shirt tomorrow, can I use my free will to make God wrong about what he knows?
Does God have any effect on? So if you wanted to wear a blue shirt tomorrow,
No,
and
no,
God
no.
knows you're gonna wear it, is that what you
No,
said?
no, 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 no. God knows I'll wear the blue shirt
God
tomorrow.
knows you're gonna wear the
But
blue shirt tomorrow.
God knows I'll wear the blue shirt tomorrow. But can I choose differently and make God wrong?
No. But
Okay,
again,
so
you are choosing.
yeah,
That's not.
yeah,
Again.
yeah.
There's no free will.
No, hold on,
No.
hold on. My will is then bound to God. My will is then bound to God's foreknowledge, and therefore it's not free. It's bound to something.
God, again,
It's not
God's
free.
foreknowledge has no effect on your decision. You don't know that.
Yes,
God.
it does. It does. It does
You
because
know
I
that God
can't
wants
choose
you to wear a blue
differently.
shirt tomorrow.
It doesn't matter if I know. It only matters
It
that
does
God
matter,
knows.
because if you
It
don't
only
know,
matters that
you
God
have no
knows.
Dude, it's
It
like
only matters that
turning.
God knows.
It's
No,
like
hold on.
hold on. It's like turning on Forrest Gump and being pissed when Bubba dies.
Was that now you're at? There's two different arguments there, because his argument is, if God knows he's going to wear the blue shirt tomorrow, can he prove God wrong or do something, whatever, right?
No, it's can I make God
I know.
wrong?
Can you make God wrong by wearing something else? I know. I understand the premise of the question, but what I'm saying is that doesn't matter because you have no idea what God knows.
It doesn't matter what I don't know.
Yes,
it just matters that
why
God
doesn't it matter?
knows. Because
Why doesn't
the
it
whole
matter?
point is my will is in God's hands.
No, your will is in your own hands.
No,
God
it's
is
in
just
whatever
forced.
God knows. It's so
Again,
so
like I said, with the example with the game.
Okay. I'll change.
It's
I'll
not-
change
that
it.
was-
If,
that was a-
I'll change it. I'll change it. If God knows I'll go to hell, can I change it and go to heaven?
You wouldn't. That's what I'm trying to
Exactly. I
say.
can't change it. I can't change it. That
Yeah,
means it's
Bubba
bound
died,
to
bro.
happen.
Sorry.
It's set in stone.
Again,
It's so silly.
It's silly because you're not willing to listen. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. When I was talking to Pickles, he didn't concede anything, but at least there's a conversation to be had. Your question doesn't even make sense. If God knows if I'm going to be wearing a blue shirt tomorrow, can I prove God wrong? Of course you can't. But the point being, you don't know that. And that's why it doesn't affect your free will.
It does.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
My
You
free
have
will
no-
is bound. It's
You
bound to
have
God. It's bound to
no,
God's
you have
foreknowledge.
no. You have his foreknowledge, not his fore. He has no
Yeah,
action
his
in it.
foreknowledge.
He didn't affect
His
you to.
foreknowledge.
So he affected that.
Wait, what?
He put it into play.
affected that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he pushed the first domino by creating me.
And that's what made you wear the blue shirt?
Yeah, because he knew I'd wear the blue
Oh
shirt.
my goodness gracious, brother. That's a bad one. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay,
That
explain,
wasn't a good
explain
one.
Just
your way out of
logic,
it.
isn't it?
Yeah,
wasn't a good
yeah,
one.
it is.
No,
It's
because
literally,
again,
it's literally logic.
foreknowledge has no effect or bearing on an individual's decision making.
But you just conceded that it does.
I didn't concede that. How did I concede that?
We keep asking you scenarios. If God knows we're going to wear a blue shirt, can I change that? You said no. So what is the
Again,
rule?
If God knows God knowing something and you doing something are mutually exclusive things, in the sense that his foreknowledge and understanding of the future has no bearing on your willingness to do or not do that
All
thing in
right,
the future.
that's a claim. But then we ask you, can God change the fact that we know we're going to wear a blue shirt? And you say no. So
And again,
you can't
there's another
have
thing I
those
wanted
two
to explain
things.
to you as well. There's things about God that I don't know, right? As to how he sees things. Does he see every single possible scenario that, what's this guy's name?
He has to, right?
I don't know his name. Hell. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So that Hell's wearing tomorrow. Does he know that the blue shirt, the red shirt, Nike shirt, whatever he has, does he have that foreknowledge to where he knows every single scenario that could possibly happen? And then he chooses that one thing.
Omniscience just means he knows everything. So
exactly. So that's what I'm saying.
So yes, he does.
Yeah.
He does know.
Right. So if he knows that again has no bearing on whether or not you do it. That's why I mentioned the taping of a game. If I tape something and then I find out the final score. Right.
It's not a taping of a game, though.
It is, though. I'm
It's
trying. There's
not.
no.
He created
the
the
only
game,
problem.
he
The
created
problem
the
I'm trying
players,
to.
he knew the game would end.
The problem I'm trying to espouse to you is that because we live on a linear plane, tomorrow is going to happen. Yesterday will never happen again. Okay, as human beings, there's only so much I can do to show you in a way that makes sense to your brain as a human being. That's why there's no way, because again, it may seem as though you're correct in the sense that, well, if he knows I'm going to wear it, then and I wear it, then how can I choose him wrong? That's not. It doesn't make sense because as a human being, you will live on a linear plane. You always will.
It wouldn't.
Time
make
is
sense
going to
from God's
begin.
view
It's
either.
going to be on, and then it's going to end. So there's no way for me to provide an example per se that is satisfactory to you, because you will never foreknow anything.
We don't need to know. God does. That's the problem. Okay.
Again, but what I'm trying to say is
logic
if I
just
knew,
doesn't work
okay,
with,
if I
like,
knew,
your God.
if I knew
It
that,
doesn't.
is your name Pickles? I guess I didn't.
Mhm.
Yeah,
ask.
it is.
Okay, so if I knew that he was going to take his hat off in exactly 30 seconds, okay,
Can you be wrong about that though?
could I be? I'm saying if I knew that,
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
I can't. I mean, I don't even know how to explain that. Like, if I knew it, there's nothing I could do to affect it. But he doesn't know that I know. He's still going to do
Bringer
it. I
of
have no
Rain super
implication.
chatted
There's nothing about
$10.
me that
It's
I
like
did.
a choose your own path type of book. The reader might know every alternate storyline, but the book can't create its own story. So the book doesn't have free will outside of what's written.
That's,
How long has this guest been on? Can we please get back to politics? Yeah, sure.
yeah, I
guys,
think
by the way-
definitely
Yeah, that,
digressed a
that
little
took a
bit,
long
so.
turn.
Yeah, we've had you up for about 2 hours, man. Is there one more thing you want to say before I get to the next guest?
I will say I appreciate, for one, Pickles, your ability to not only listen but to have a conversation. And there's certain aspects that obviously, as far as education goes, were necessary on my part. But I do feel as though once we got down the line, as far as religion goes and things of that nature, I would hope that to some degree, you at least just there's a willingness there to even have a conversation with someone who has more knowledge than me per se, in the hopes that they not necessarily change your mind, but at least plant a seed or have a conversation to where you have a greater understanding to why people believe what they believe, and that it's not this ancient text that needs to be abolished, and that mankind will begin to thrive thereafter. So, but more than that, I want to thank you for having me on, and I appreciate it.
Yep, no problem, man. Have a good night.
Sure. Thanks, you too.
HE double hockey sticks. Thanks for coming up, man.
Yeah, I will drop down, but thanks for having me.
Anytime, dude. Anytime. Thank you.
Love you, Pickles.
Smoochies. Y'all, if you're a friendly, please hop out of the box. American Edits, you come up every day. Guys, I am unapologetically agnostic, and I absolutely will use my platform to, I don't know, continue, at least champion those beliefs. I do apologize to anybody who's Christian who's finding themselves, I don't know, on the fence of whether or not I'm their favorite creator, still considering that. But I don't know. Hopefully there's more people out there that are the same position who feel even more, I don't know, relatable to me. Yellow? Guys, tap the screen. Let's get to 150K. Let's get to 150K. And I'm sorry we dragged that guest on for so long. I'm sorry. I'm your number one fan, Pickles. 18 to 24-year-olds right now are the most Christian generation in history. Christianity's been rolling back 1% every year for the last 17 years. Keep wishing that with the internet and with people being able to just Google whether or not there was a world flood, I just don't see that being real. You always big after that guest. I'm sorry, y'all. Good for you, Corinne. I want that country accent. That's why you're killing babies. You guys are out here starving people. You're out here starving people with food stamps. So Christian. Oh my god. If it's true, I would blame homeschooling. You have every right to believe. My friend, keep up the good work. Thank you, Mickey. Here we go. Hello. Run out of guests, chat. We can't help our accent. Thank you guys. Carrie, thank you so much for the gifts. Thank you, Nickel Pickle Nicole, for the hand hearts. Thank you, Artemis. Thank you, everybody, for all the love. You're about to get a lesson in socialism and communism. I'd be shocked if I could find a conservative with that knew what either of those were, honestly. When you rely on government for food, you suffer. There's a lot of governments out there that don't do that at all, and plenty of people still suffer. Even more, I would debate. And the government, whether you rely on them for food or not, can starve you. Easy. They can turn off your water, and then you're done. That's it. Turn off the electricity, you're done. You're cooked. Hello?
Oh, good.
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, are you over 18?
Yeah,
How old are you?
19.
What's your birthday?
Um,
I don't know what month is. What the hell is you is David saying in chat, dude?
hello?
That was a live fetus, dude. Both fetuses are back in the box. Guys, what are we going to do? What are we going to do out here? I did see that Liam was here. That was Mary at 14. Yeah, bro could have made it dated Mary, bro. Johnny, what's up, big bub? Today's Saturday?
Dude,
It's Saturday. What's up, bub?
dude, I got a burger.
What kind of burger you got?
It's like so it's made from like cow.
Ooh.
Yeah, and it's got like I guess lettuce on it, and then there's like these red things. I don't know what that is.
Tomatoes?
Say it again.
Tomato.
Tomato. Yeah, that's right. That sounds about right. And then it's got like this sauce on it, which it came from like a back alley, so I don't really know what that is, but it's not bad.
Little bit of strange sauce never killed anybody.
Bit of strange sauce, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Y'all know what I'm talking about. Everybody
man.
got a little strange sauce on your burger.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. How's it been? How have the debates been?
I just had a 2-hour combo. It was decent though. Just had a 2-hour combo and hand churned cream is crazy.
That's nuts. Prison, dang, is where you would find that. That's some crazy work. You had a 2-hour conversation. What about?
You don't want to know, Johnny. You don't want to know.
Oh, was it that bad?
Yeah. Plus, it was a debate on. You're Christian, so I respect you and I love you. But every other Christian sucks. All right,
Dude, I'm not Christian. You know that, right?
what are you?
I'm Jewish.
Are you?
Yeah. My faith, except so I know the New Testament and the Old Testament. I was raised half Catholicism, half Judaism. I align with more to Judaism. However, I know both faiths. Catholicism aligns with what Christianity. So actual Christians who believe in Christianity are very good people. The weaponized Christianity is what the radical right likes to perpetuate. So like, yeah. So you're good. Feel free to roast them. They don't actually believe in their faith.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. It was just had a debate on morals, and I don't know. How's your day been? You're eating a burger. Where'd you get your burger?
It's from like a little restaurant thing. I was walking past this like little restaurant. It was like a random street. So I'm walking past and there's like this little restaurant, and this old lady looks at me and she goes, "Hey," and I go, "Yeah," and she goes, "You want a burger?" And I was like, "Kinda, yeah." And so she was like, "Come inside my cabin," and so I did. I walked in.
Happens to me all the time. Yeah.
No, it was really nice though. And so like she had a dog in there, right? Well, it wasn't like a dog. It was a guy dressed up as a dog. I think he was still in his Halloween costume, but he was really chill too. And so then she made me a burger, and it was like pretty cheap. And so I was like, I mean, I'm not one in this economy to turn down cheap food. You know
Yeah,
what I
yeah.
mean? Like I've eaten worse from like worse. You know what I mean? So I took the burger. I gave her. I think she said something. She asked if I would pay in like rubles or something like that. I don't have that. So like, but I did pay. Obviously, I'm not like the kind of guy to like walk away without paying.
Yeah.
But it worked out. So now I'm eating the burger. It's like honestly low key really good. It does taste like really familiar, but it's good.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make some steaks tonight. I'm gonna eat the fuck out of a steak. I'm gonna cook it Gordon Ramsay style. Maybe put a little bit of I don't know, corn. Maybe a little bit of rice in there.
Oh, that's fancy stuff, dude. Are you like fancy? You're like one of those fancy people.
Oh no, I live in a basement.
Oh snap! Wait a minute. Who was the steak?
Who was the steak?
You said you live in a basement and you're about to make steaks. I've seen this movie before.
Yeah.
I've seen this movie. I know your vibe. I know what's up. So yeah, who was the steak? Anywho. I bet they're good. The good steaks. I mean, like the steaks are good. Not
Yeah.
whether- Not anywho. Let's change the topic. So food is good.
Yeah. Mariah Carey is awesome.
Oh, she finally de-thawed. I'm so happy for her. She said, I'm back for my residuals.
I'm back.
Literally, she tucks a check that says $33,000 in her pocket for just day 1 of November. And she is getting those residuals. But
Yeah. I love it though. We'll take it. I saw my first Christmas commercial yesterday. Felt weird. Felt like the
What was it
opposite of a
for?
baptism.
It is spasm.
Yeah.
Was it for like shaving cream or something? What was it for?
I don't fucking
feel like it's always
remember.
the weird ones.
I don't know. There were wrap presents. I tuned out immediately.
You said a rat?
There were wrapped presents.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wrapped presents. Oh. Okay, yeah, because November is normally really weird for those Christmas commercials. They always start off very odd. That Kim Kardashian one, where she's like, "What's more holiday than like my Skims?" And it's like, do you know what I'm talking about? No, everybody. I don't even need to say what I'm talking about. I feel like if I just mention Kim Kardashian and her clothing brand, everybody knows exactly what piece of clothing I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Why was that in a Christmas commercial? And why did I buy 4 of them?
Johnny.
I'm sorry.
Guys, if anybody wants to know what I want for Christmas, I have $2,200 of medical debt that I'm trying not to have touch my credit. So we can start a GoFundMe. I don't know.
How much?
$2,200.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Hey, if everybody donated $1 right now,
Yeah.
or $2, if everybody donated $2 right now, chat. Okay, wait. Now I'm kind of. Hold on a second. Let me just tuck my burger away. I really do wonder what meat this is. That is not beef. Okay, so oh my god. Okay. Anywho, so guys, we could hold on. I feel like we could do this. If there's so 800 times 2, 8, carry the 1, 16, $160? No, wait, no, that was wrong. Hold on, just everybody stop talking for a minute. Everybody stop talking. I'm gonna figure it out. So 8, carry the 1, 16, 22 minus 6, 6.
Was there Tylenol in that burger? What's going on here?
I'm trying to figure it out. I went to school for mass communications, not math. Oh my god. Okay, if everybody was to contribute $2 or $3 right now, we could probably wipe out Pickles' debt. Just saying. How'd you get what happened? Are you like, are you healthy?
I got a tattoo, remember a couple weeks ago and got infected and I went to the hospital because my arm was swollen like a football.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yep. They gave me a shot and some Benadryl and then sent me a $2,200 bill. Who did the tattoo? I won't tell.
Oh, you're better than me. You're better than me.
It wasn't because of them. It was probably me. It was probably me.
Your body? It was probably your... I don't think so. No. Tell me who they are. Sorry, that was a little aggressive. But
Hi,
yeah,
mate.
tell me who
Thank
they
you
are.
so much for the $20 for my med bills. Lizzie with the $15. Hope we can help cover your debt.
That's
Chat, I love you. Thank you.
Wait. See? Okay, now what's 2,200 minus 35? I genuinely, I have no idea.
2,165.
Chat, we can do it. We can do it. If everybody chipped in $2 to $3 right now, just $2 to $3, we could easily wipe that out. We could easily wipe out your
Jong
debt.
super chatted $5. Crowdsourcing healthcare funding is American AF.
Dude,
yeah.
let me tell you, is that not the most American thing ever? Crowdsourcing
Fuck
healthcare
yeah.
funding is so crazy.
Adam, thank you for the $3. Thanks for what you do, Adam C. Bro, thank you guys.
Oh, let me whip out my calculator. Oh my god. Wow, that was the Jersey side. Nope, not gonna say it. I can't do it.
Nicholas.
Say the word.
Nicholas, thank you for the $20. Chat, I love you guys so much. I'm gonna cry,
I'm gonna whip out
A
my
little
money
bit.
counting thing. Hold on.
but not that much.
Okay. Wait. Give me the numbers.
Kara, thank you for the $20. Hey, I love you.
I
Okay,
can't
pay
keep
your
up with
bills.
this. Okay, so it's 20 plus 20 plus 3 plus 15 plus 20. Is this right?
Stephen with $3 for your medical bills. Love you.
I can't keep up. Give me the numbers.
Add it up, Johnny.
I'm trying. I can't do the math.
Darby with $10.
Stop. Go through the numbers again.
Thomas with 3. Thank you. I hope this helps. Thomas with 3.
Why? Go through the numbers again. I can't do it.
Unarchy with $3 for the medical bills.
Oh my god, I think I'm having an aneurysm. I
Geraldine
can't
with
do this.
$5 for the medical
What?
bills.
I don't know if we're at $5,100 or $51.
Someone says
I can't tell.
$102. Taya with $10 for medical bills. Thank you. We got 110. We got 110. Chat, Pickles Tube. Hold on, I gotta look at the YouTube chat. If you want your message read over the air, you can donate on YouTube and do super chat. Hold on, I gotta go look now.
Oh, this is good.
Nickel Pickle with the $10. Hold on, with the $20. Deanna with $10. Meredith with $5. Don't die. We've grown rather fond of you. I'm trying not to.
That's
Thank you so much.
$135 right there. Boom. We can do this. Y'all, we can
Jacob
do
with the
this if everybody chipped in
$5. Thank you
$3.
for this $5 for the debt. Thank you so much. Crowdsourcing for
140 out of 2,200, y'all. Damn.
guys. I love you so much. Thank you so much, guys. Don't forget the real time. You won't keep up. Okay, hold on. That's 150.
No way, I have
$50 from
140.
Sue. Rachel.
Bitch.
Hold on. That's 190. And then we got
got
$5 from Rachel, 195. And we got $3 from Julie. That's 193.
198, y'all.
$20 from Megan B. 213.
You're so loved. You're
I
so
am
loved.
so loved, Chad. I love you
That's
so much.
218 out of 2,200, y'all. Push.
Guys, thank you fucking so much, guys. I literally am going to answer the phone when they call me next time. Brittany with $15 for load. Thank you so much. Or I'd send more. Guys, if you're for load, don't you dare do that. Thank you so much.
Oh my gosh.
Joanne with 25. What are we at? Somebody else? We got 218.
Dude, can
25?
you mute my stalker? This guy makes up lies about my sister. He's so
Who?
creepy.
Who is it?
He's so creepy. This ambush guy. He's
Okay.
like stalking me and my sister.
Okay.
He like lies about my sister. It's so cringe.
You have a sister?
Yeah. She's a journalist and like they're all trying to go after her because you know how I'm vocal? Oh, she's way more vocal.
Hold on. Katie, the painter, thank you so much for $50.
Jesus. 283. 283.
Izzy, thank you for the 7 for the basement snap benefits. Thank you so fucking much.
Okay, so I either calculated $290 or $7. I don't know which is it.
Somebody in the chat has it.
The 308's wrong. It can't be 308.
PayPal
it's
isn't
either 290 or $7. I can't figure it out.
It's saying it can't find my profile That's crazy because people, maybe you're just in a country that's not letting you. Because I just got PayPal from a lot of people. Medical Fund, love you, Pickles. Thank you, Joanne, so much. I think that was, we already read that off. Laura with $25 for forehead kisses.
Okay, so that's 3,572 if I got my math right.
Jonathan Phelan,
Or
thank you for the
12.
666 for CFD. Get your shit checked sooner next time. Thank you so much. Phelan is... That is a wild back last name. Lynn with $20. Medical bills, you now have...
Aww.
Thank you so much, Lynn, for the $20. Guys, what is happening tonight?
So I either calculated 341 or 30,452. I don't know which, but it's somewhere there.
I hope it's
One of those
30,000.
two.
Did you see the
Check your
Venmo from
CI.
me earlier, Jacob? Maybe I missed it, but put this in the debt. Thank you so much, Jacob, for another $5. Natalie with another $5. Help you to pay your bills. Thank you so much. Will with $100. Your
I don't know
boo-boo
how to do all
bills.
this math.
Will with a W. Will's in the goddamn chat. Whoa.
Jesus, Will. W's. Wait, I think we're like, I don't know if my math is wrong. We're almost, I think, 1/4 of the way done here.
And Jacob, I'm looking for Jacob. Thank you for the $5. Acres and a mule adjusted for inflation is what I think should happen. Thank you, Jacob. I did see that. Thank you. I didn't read that out. That was for the last guest. So sorry. 468 is what we have. Oh my god, guys. What are we doing here? I zoned out.
I don't understand why my math is so bad.
468. You guys are fucking awesome. Thank you guys so much. $30,000, guys. We're at 30.
We're at $30,342.71. That's my math. Don't know how I got there, but it did. I think
PC
it multiplied.
Yes, that's me. Yes, Kath. That is me. If you guys, yeah, my real name is on my, it's whatever. I mean, I might as well, my real name is pretty easy to find. We live in 2025.
Wait a minute. If I carry the one, in total, you got $12.
Check PayPal. Beth, thank you for the $50 for playing all the movies in Discord.
Didn't say check PayPal. Beth said check. Well, never mind.
Beth, thank you so much. Beth, thank you so much. And I did check that too. Johnny, thank you.
That's good. You got to make sure, you know, otherwise you get another hospital bill, you know.
Yep. Got to be careful. We checked. We're good. Johnny, show your work. Check your Cash App. Lindsay, thank you so much. Hold on. What the?
I think.
James, thank you for $25. Love you, Pickles. Please say go on get. Marry me. Go on get.
I think I might be bad at math. I don't know how I got to $521,000, but I feel like that's not right.
Hold on. Matt Politics, $20. Thanks for the OBS lessons. Thank you, and for the med debt. Thank you so much, Matt. Thank you, guys. If anyone needs help with OBS or TikTok Studio, I'm your guy. If you need help with streaming, I'm your guy. Just ask Johnny. He still sucks, so he's unhelpable.
Okay, that's fine. I was trying to do the math, but I'll just take an insult instead of the math. I was just... Oh, it's a period. That's why. That's not a comma.
558. EBT cutoff is hilarious. What? Whose thing did I miss? Julie, med bills suck. Thank you for the $20. I love you. And
Okay,
I think it's
$567.
Liz
I
for
got
the $15.
$567. No, mother trucker. Okay, $582. $582, which means we are like 1/3, I think. I don't know. Like 1/3, possibly 1/4. It's something like that. We're like 1/3 and a half of the way covered here, Pickles.
Mackenzie with the $5. Mackenzie says, love your guts. Thank you. I love your fucking guts too, chat.
Okay, that's a weird compliment, but I'm proud of you too with loving the guts. Oh, God.
Can we get some love your guts stickers in chat, y'all?
Can we get some maybe investigations over here? 587 is what it got.
I can add this up actually pretty quickly.
Oh,
But
thank God.
Oh, Reagan with $30. Goodbye medical debt. Guys, oh my fucking God. We are literally like at least a third.
You are very loved. I told you. I tell you,
Reagan,
you're very
goodbye
loved.
med debt. Thank you so fucking much. Reagan, $30. Thank you so much.
Very
603, what happened? Why did you have to go to the hospital? It was my tattoos got infected. I got infected because I got tattooed 2 days in a row. My body didn't like it. Something else, I don't even know. I have scarring where the infection happened still, actually. Jeremy with $5 for your butt medicine. Thank you so much. I'm going to get the discoloration on my butthole flaps checked out.
Oh, holy cow. I just got that bleached. Good for you.
Yeah. How was that?
Not good. Mm-mm.
Oh.
Mm-mm. It's not meant to go there if you didn't know that.
Catherine, thank you so much for the 25. Hi from Ireland. Stay well. Sorry I said your name on live. You're totally fine. You're totally fine. Thank you so much, Catherine. My name is pretty easy to find. I might as well just change my username, my first name, or my real name, but everyone would butcher it because it's disgustingly spelled.
I counted 633.
Well, pain is so bad. Half of my calf won't walk on it is half infected. Yucks, dude. Getting that Terry flap surgery? I am, John. As someone with IBD, you're a traitor if you love my guts. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry, John. But W way to spell your name. That's how I spell my name, John.
Is 633 right or is that wrong?
Change my government name to Pickles? Should I do that?
Yes. Wait,
Huh.
is that on the table? Can we make that happen?
Should I want to fucking do that?
Wait, do they know your government name?
I mean, you can just look at my PayPal and get it, I guess.
Oh, okay, wait, so they do. So can I say it or no? It's okay if not.
Ellen, thank you for the $25. Love your lives. Pay that medical debt off.
Math?
Oh, guys, we're so... Hold on. I'm going to put this up.
I counted $6. What the... How did I even... What? I didn't even subtract anything.
Fuck. Let's raise a name change fund. We'll do... No, that's... wait, I don't even want to think about that. Absolutely not.
The subtraction button with the 2 periods. What's that about? The one with the
equal
it's
rights.
got 2 periods sandwiching it.
I don't know. Is it just a feminist button?
You know, I ain't gonna touch that one. Whatever. It's looking like a duh, because it looks like the plus sign, but that's not the plus sign. I thought that was a fancy plus sign. No, it's not. That's why it keeps going down. Duh.
Your real name's my dad's name, so please don't change it. Hold on. Craig, thank you for the 666. This is Fuzzard. The 666 is for the previous guest. Also tell Johnny I saw Kat pay for our date in Maine. Pickles, you dumbass, you're supposed to keep that clean.
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm gonna need that. You're gonna need to run that one past me one more time. What? Pardon?
We got tattoos on the same day, and I healed really well. No brag here, so LOL. You and Johnny are my favorite. Thank you, Amy, for the $66.60.
That's crazy. Amy said, my body heals better than yours.
$5 from Lacey that says for therapy for listening to Johnny's bad math.
No, I don't even know where we're at in the... Can you do the calculation here? Can you help out?
Bethany,
I don't know where I'm at.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to stop real quick. Guys, everyone needs to chill out. Everyone needs to stop donating so goddamn much.
Okay, because somehow I got to $32.51, and I don't know how that happened. What if I times it by 1?
Girl math.
It's the same thing. Never mind.
Johnny, you're doing girl math.
If I take the $5 and I that's plus there. 10. No, that was the dividend again.
It's 3, 9, 8. We are at $893 out of $2,200.
Jesus Christ. Oh, Dolphin, thank you so much for the core rate. That's so pretty. Thank you so much, Pickles, for doing that math, because I had not that whatsoever. That was was nowhere near what I had.
You were close. It might. This also includes some some donations from before, but this is the balance on all of my my apps right now.
Whoa, that's crazy work right there. And then if you times it by 1, stays the same. 893 times 1. Yeah. Would you believe that I aced my SAT?
You did?
Yeah, Ivy League, baby. 4.2 GPA. Would you believe it? Me
Johnny,
either.
You're
you're
Mr. America. You're literally.
Tell you what.
You're gonna be the next astronaut, marine, doctor.
I'll tell you what. This is what and people will say I cheated, but
Did you?
Shut up. I would never. Oh my God.
I want a refund because Johnny wasn't listening to what I said from Buzzard. No.
Yeah, Buzz, you only get to say it once. You got to do it again if you, if you want to repeat.
No.
Fuzz, I think I'm going to be heading up to Maine next month, bud. I think I'm going to be sitting down with your electeds over there.
Who?
I don't want to name names yet just because there's always a possibility that one of them cancels, and then I feel horrible because...
Yeah, it looks bad.
Yeah, it looks really bad for them. So I'm like, I don't want to do that. But
yeah,
right now it sounds like all of them. Yeah. So, folks, TBD on that.
Wow, Johnny. Teach me your kung fu.
Oh, it's easy. So first, what you do is you first need to become a soy boy beta snowflake leftist liberal extremist radical. Oh, please.
Lindsay, thank you so much for the $25. Chat. We are now we just broke 900. We just broke $900 out of the 22.
That's $902.
Thank you. 902. Boom. I should make a wall.
Oh, no, wait. That's 907.
God damn it.
Wait, no, sorry. It's 918, my bad. I got it. That's right that time. It's 918.
June for $3. Thank you. It says
Lee's
for my
super
hemorrhoid
chatted
cream.
$50 to ending medical debt, at least for you.
Leo with the $50.
Aw, that brings the total to $903.
What? Johnny, you're fucking it up.
Okay, fine. I'll just delete all this then. Just let you do the math. Sorry for helping. Let's just take that back. Divide that. Oh, right, because that's not the plus sign again. That's still the dividing. What if I multiply it? Ow, what did that do? How do I... all right, I don't do the multiply. I'll just do it again. Nope, that went up again. Now it's 8,712. If I minus 6, nope, that's 8,706 minus 6 again. I'll just minus 6 a bunch of times.
Evil edits,
All right.
nice, intelligent, good, great, excellent, really pretty. Thank you. Thank you. You're totally not a bot. Chat, thank you guys so much for $960. I don't know. I guess I could just post the rest of this. Maybe we like next for the rest of the week or something and do this. I don't know.
Wait, how'd you get that number? I got 212. What'd you do?
What school did you go to? Is it the same? Did Marjorie Taylor Greene sit next to you?
Excuse you. I will have you know, I will absolutely not be compared to that. God. But if you're curious. Okay, no, but really, so.
The hospital will reduce it by half if you ask. Johnny got a 15 on his SATs. Should I
1,500?
Should I do that on live stream? That would be a good video or something. Negotiating my medical bills and showing people it's possible.
Wait, you can do that?
I think so. I'll donate more if Johnny stops. Johnny, shut your mouth.
Okay, I'm done.
Yes, do it. That burger is killing him. That burger is really getting to your head, Johnny.
Oh my god, do you think it's the burger?
Yeah. Ask for an itemized receipt. You have to save a lot of personal information. It's all right. Weren't you up earlier talking about how MTG wasn't as stupid as she acts?
Oh no, she's not as stupid as she acts. I stand by that.
I agree.
Yeah, she knows. I mean, people. So Lauren Boebert and Marjorie Taylor Greene are typically grouped to the same capacity, but one is actually that ignorant. The other one is acting like the ignorant one to get campaign donations.
Yeah. Katie with the $20 again. Thank you so much. We're at 980.
Wait,
no, we're not. We're $20 away from $1,000.
Oh man.
Oh.
You know what? I quit. I don't want to do this anymore. I don't like this calculator.
Call the
And I
hospital.
think there's something wrong with it.
Say that I'm indigent. I mean, I would be pretty easy to show that too. Just mute during the personal info. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do.
Call them now. Can you call them now? Can we talk to them? Can I talk to them? Dude, I could be a lawyer.
Ooh. I mean, we could just get a congressperson to talk to him. You call him tomorrow or whenever you're meeting.
Oh, you want me to hand it over to the... Did you know... Were you on for Rokana yesterday, bro?
No.
Dude, we have Rokana on yesterday. On the stream.
What?
Yeah. Yep.
Wow. I was too busy watching scary movies.
Yeah. I'm trying... Can I tell you a secret?
Uh-huh.
I'm trying to get Jasmine Crockett on, and I think it might happen.
Can I come? She's my rep. She was my rep until she was deleted.
Rudely deleted. Wait, so what are you at now? What was the math?
We're at $980.
Holy... Okay. Sorry. I think it was the meat coming back. But anyway, so that's great. So we're like, that's like
You're
over
literally
halfway.
Johnny, are we not doing phrasing anymore?
What?
Phrasing? Hello.
What's phrasing? Is that like another one of those millennial things?
It's a Archer quote.
Oh, okay. So it was another one of those millennial things. That's okay.
Yeah. Got the meat sweat. It's about to get the meat sweats. The meat sweats are the worst, guys. This is the worst. I can't wait to get the meat sweats myself tonight.
Ew.
Come out now.
What is that? Actually, you know what? Never mind. I want to know. Okay, so we're halfway there.
We are. We're halfway there.
We're halfway there.
This is a Venmo thing, y'all. We are raising money to help with my medical debt. Trump just did an executive order to put medical debt back on your credit, and I just fixed my credit this year, so I'm extra sour about this. But
I want to be very clear. Pickles wasn't even going to bring this up. I totally forced him to here. So this is very much a folks tuning in. You can do this. You love Pickles. If you love Pickles, if you love what he does for you, if you love his activism, you know, support Chip in $1, $2, $3, or even like I don't know, like how much does when like $2.50? Yeah.
Deborah with the $25. Thank you so much. That puts us over $1,000.
Zero to the 250 cents.
Woo!
Wait, do that again.
Woo!
That's wild. W's. Her name was Deborah.
Thank you so much. Yeah, and
Deborah.
Yeah, I just got my credit this year from 550 to 717 today is what it is.
Heck yeah, man. Good for you.
Yeah. I can't send money back. Oh, gee dang it. I only have $1.46 full payday. Megan, go ahead and send that to me.
Pickles!
Just kidding.
He said, yeah, I still got that debt. He said, I really can't. Credit score. Oh God. Pickles. Oh my God. Foster said $1,200 and we can vote to kick me. That's crazy. Go ahead and send that to me. It was crazy.
Somebody donate $16, make it weird. On the way, thank you, Megan. Pickles turned into a Republican. Oh fuck. Someone do my debt next. Oh my God. Obama's giving a speech. Can we watch it? Yes. Yes.
Oh, I was supposed to be there. There you go.
My PayPal is not active or active. If Matthew, if you just search Pickles GGS on PayPal, it should come up. It's the same as this, I believe. My username. Pickles is a Trump grifter. Pass it on. Guys.
What's her name? Oh, and Debbie, you and Orca Whale running around talking about how your kids don't see you in 7 years. Girl, sit your butt down.
Yuck, when the World Series is about to be on. Marion with $20 for your medical bills. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Marion. Jeez Louise, guys. Did my donation come through Aaron? Let me see. Chat, if I missed your donation, please tell me. Which platform was it? Oh, Aaron, $50 F medical debt and FDT. Aaron! Holy shit, Aaron. The PP worked. Fuzzard, we're not talking about that link.
What did he say?
We're not talking about that link.
Okay, the links. You know what? Never mind.
W Aaron's, dude. I need type 1 diabetes funds. Shoo. Obama is speaking on PBS. Fuck. Okay, hold on. That is important.
Dude, I was thinking about making, like where people they sell like photos and stuff. Do you know what I'm talking about? The guy oh wait, never mind.
Try to solve the problem. They're not even going to work. They haven't been in session. They're not showing up. And as for the president, I mean, in fairness, he has been focused on some critical issues like
I want that man to take me. You know what? Never mind.
So folks
Me
don't
too.
get mud on their shoes. And building a $300 million ballroom. Do not boo. Do not boo.
Whoa.
And anyway, I don't know why y'all complaining. If you can't afford to visit a doctor, don't worry. He'll save you a dance. And if you don't get an invitation to the next White House shindig, you can always watch the festivities on Trump's live feed on Truth Social. Look, the point is, there is absolutely no evidence that Republican policies have made life better for the people in New Jersey. They've devoted enormous energy to entrenching themselves in power, punishing their enemies, enriching their friends, silencing their critics. They put on a big show of deporting people and targeting transgender folks. They never miss a chance to scapegoat minorities and blame DEI for every problem under the sun. You got a flat tire? Must be DEI. Your wife kicked you out? DEI. Who knew? But what they haven't done is help you. They haven't put forward serious proposals to lower housing costs or make groceries more affordable. They haven't improved our schools or made health care more accessible or shortened your commute or prepared young people for a future where AI might take their jobs. All the nonsense that we see on the news every day, the over-the-top rhetoric, the fabricated conspiracies, the weird videos of a U.S. president with a crown on his head flying a fighter jet and dumping poop on American citizens.
I want Obama to dump poop on me.
Don't boo. No. Wait. That's not even worth booing about, because all of that is a distraction. All of it is designed to distract you from the fact that your situation, your life, has not gotten better.
Check your Cash App.
They do it so you won't notice.
Steel Magnolia, was that you? Vicky, thank you so much for the $10. Keep up the good work. Heal fast. Guys, that puts us at 1,000 and actually it's $65 because there was 50 in there. We're at $1,065. Thank y'all so much, guys.
That at the same time that they're helping the wealthiest, most powerful people in the country consolidate more wealth and more power, your bills are still going up. You're waiting longer at airports because there aren't enough air traffic controllers. The program that helps your kid with special needs just got gutted. They are hoping you don't notice that. But the good news is there is something you can do about it, New Jersey. Right here, right now. Because you've got a candidate for governor who's a proven fighter, who's got a track record of getting stuff done. Somebody who sees you and knows your struggles and will work for you every single day. New Jersey, it's time to point America.
Marion, thank you so much for the $20. That puts us at $10.85. Thank y'all so much. Golly.
In a better direction by electing Mikey Sherrill as your next governor. You know, I've met a lot of tough people in my life. I was watching Mikey backstage, and there were some people from the security detail for all kinds of folks. You could see they'd been in the weight room. You know, suit was all just, I don't know how they got in that suit. It's not a problem I have. My guns slip in there pretty easily. I've met a lot of tough people in my life. I don't know many people. We need a medic here. They'll be coming. Give him or her a little space.
Vivian, thank you for the $10. Vivian C, thank you so much.
You can't stand still and not have any water. All right, we got some medics coming. Oh, I love you, but hold on. I heard you, girl.
This is live, yes.
Just settle down. I'm here to talk to everybody, not just you.
Oh,
I mean, you look cute. But I am married.
If Obama Obama.
Too.
Oh my God, I miss you.
Dude!
I think a medic is coming.
Shit.
So, listen.
Chill, Daddy.
I don't know many people who started their careers as a Navy helicopter pilot, then went to law school, then became a federal prosecutor, keeping communities safe, and she's doing this while raising 4 kids. And then because apparently that was a little bit too easy.
Someone says pickles bangs, Johnny. It's true. Get over it.
How do they know?
She decides to run for Congress. I get tired just thinking about it. But I do know that it makes her the kind of leader who understands the mission, who knows who she is supposed to serve.
All right, Pickles is gone right now. Is that his dog on his bed? Oh my god.
And that is
Talking about my dog.
what
Oh,
New Jersey
wait, never
needs
mind. He
right
can
now.
hear us.
Mikey doesn't just say the right thing. As your governor, she will do the right thing. She understands that government can make a difference in people's lives by educating our kids for the jobs of the future, keeping our air and water clean, protecting consumers from fraud and dangerous products, providing a safety net for seniors and folks with disabilities, investing in the infrastructure and scientific research that drives economic growth. She knows what government can do, but she also knows that good intentions alone are not enough, that we can't afford to waste taxpayer dollars on programs that don't work, and that instead of simply tearing down government, it's her job to make it work better for you.
I love you, Obama.
You've heard Mikey talk about bringing costs down for working families. Remember how Donald Trump declared a quote-unquote state of emergency so he could put tariffs in place that are now driving up costs for you? A tax on every family in America. On her first day as governor, Mikey will declare a state of emergency to bring costs down, starting with utilities. She's going to create more energy right here in New Jersey because more supply means lower bills. She's going to take on the state's grid operator to stop them from driving up costs. That will affect your pocketbook in a good way. As a mom of 4 kids, Mikey knows what parents see every day. So she's got plans to put more physical and mental health resources in schools. She's going to make tech companies do more to keep kids safe online. She'll invest in high-impact tutoring to get kids who are struggling back on track. And she's going to make sure you can see exactly where your tax dollars are going and whether the programs you are helping to fund actually do what they're supposed to do. Mikey will work with anyone if it helps the people in New Jersey. And she will listen to everyone too, whether they voted for her or not. Because she knows that if we want to make progress on the things we care about, we have to be able to disagree without calling each other nasty names or demonizing each other. At a time when our politics feels just so broken, we need leaders like Mikey, public servants who are in it for the right reason, who are focused on the future, and who will always stay connected to the people that they were elected to serve. Now, her opponent, not so much. Mikey's opponent has now run for governor 3 times in a row. I mean, I believe in persistence, but at a certain point. So 3 times in a row. Other 2 times he lost. So this time his strategy is to suck up to the Republicans in Washington. So Donald Trump called Mikey's opponent 100% MAGA. Not a great endorsement. When he was asked to give the Trump administration a grade, Mikey's opponent said they deserved an A. Don't boo. I mean, I know there's been great inflation, but really, an A. This is the best we could do. These are the same folks who put secret war plans in a group chat. You don't think there's anything they could be doing better? No room for improvement? Jersey, we don't need a governor who puts party and ideology ahead of the people that elected that governor. You deserve a governor who's going to think for herself and work for you. A governor who will create jobs and not cut them. A governor who will lower costs and not raise them. A governor who will bring people together and not divide them. A governor who will do right for the people of New Jersey, no matter what anybody in Washington thinks. You deserve a governor like Mikey Sheriff. I'm going to bring it down a little bit here. Just for a second. Hold on a second. I hear you, but I want to kind of wrap up with something that I want everybody to think about. At the end of the day, what this election is about, what politics in a democracy is always about, is values. What do we care about? What do we believe? What do we prioritize? What are our core convictions? You know, a lot of people have asked me lately whether I am surprised.
Shayna, thank you so much for the $5 for my medical bills. Thank y'all.
I want to be honest with them. And so I admit to them that I have cause for deep concern. I admit to them that I'm worried about how quickly basic democratic rules and norms have been weakened. I'm worried about how willing Republicans in Congress have been to abdicate their role as members of a co-equal branch of government, and how they refuse to buck the president even when they know he's out of line. Even when a lot of them privately admit that power is being abused in ways that will hurt their constituents, that will hurt the country. I worry about a Supreme Court that so far at least has shown no willingness to check this administration's excesses. Even when those actions break all legal precedent and seem to defy the bedrock principle that no one's above the law. I worry about the growing concentration of economic power in the country, with just a handful of mega billionaires and companies controlling what we see and what we hear. And I worry about how much that economic power distorts our political process. I worry about how readily, not just business leaders, but others with influence in law firms and universities, have been willing to bend the knee to this president's autocratic impulses to avoid retribution or protect profits or just to avoid controversy. But what I also tell people who ask, what I remind them, is that this contest of ideas, it's not new. America's always had competing stories about who we are and what this nation stands for. The first story says, we the people mean just some of us. That in order to qualify, you got to be the right color, you've got to come from the right family, you've got to worship the right way. It says that even though we got rid of a king, that was the whole point of the revolution, there's still a caste system in America, a pecking order of who makes decisions and who obeys, who gets opportunity and who is obliged to serve. And that story is policed by fear and by force. And it tries to convince people that for their group to win, another group's got to lose. It tries to convince people that if somebody doesn't look like you or doesn't think like you or practice religion exactly the way you do, they must be a threat to your way of life and need to be put in their place. That's how Donald Trump thinks about America. That's what make America great again means. Putting people like him back in charge even when they don't know what the hell they're doing. Now, so that's one story, and that story's been part of America. You can pretend it hasn't been, but you can get rid of, you can try to whitewash school books and go to national parks and say let's get rid of that, and that sign that says Native Americans used to live here. You can do all that, but that story has always been part of America. And that story isn't even new. It isn't even uniquely American. For most of human history, it's the way society worked. There was a hierarchy, and there were lords, and then there were peasants, and some people had everything, and some people had nothing. There are all kinds of countries that still operate that way. And for a long time, that story of caste and privilege and concentrated power was the law of the land in America. For decades. If you looked like me, you were property. If for decades, if you were a woman or a white man who did not own property, you couldn't vote. For decades, if you were an Irishman or an Italian immigrant and you tried to apply for a job, we're not hiring. For decades, if you were Jewish or Asian, don't bother applying to this school. If you were Native American, they didn't even talk about you, even though you were here first. So, but here's the thing, New Jersey. From the very start, there was another story. Born of this nation's true revolutionary spirit. And that story says, we the people means what it says, that all of us are included. That we are not subjects, we are citizens. Defined not by race or religion or gender or sexual orientation, but by our commitment to a common creed and a willingness to accept not just the privileges, but responsibilities that come with citizenship. That's what made the American experiment unique. Not just the size of our economy, not just our military might. It was that idea that you could get people from every corner of the globe, and they could come here. and decide, you know what, I pledge allegiance to this
MTSVUs, thank you so much for becoming a super fan. Thank you so much.
We could all get along. That's what made America special. And through generations of struggle and sacrifice, through the faith of abolitionists, the struggle of suffragists, through a civil war and civil rights protests, through union organizing drives, through government reform initiatives, through investment in public education, year by year, decade by decade, we moved closer to those founding ideals, and in the process, we inspired the world. That's the story I believe in New Jersey. An America in which we all deserve equal protection under the law, and no one's above it. An America where every child has a chance at a good education, and anybody who's willing to work and find a job or start a business and make a decent living. An America where we don't fear each other, but we look out for one another. And we find ways to work together. And if we want that story to continue, then we need leaders who believe in it too. Leaders who will tell the truth and take responsibility. Leaders who will tackle hard problems and bring people together instead of dividing them. Leaders who won't serve big bosses in Washington or big corporate donors.
Lindsay, thank you so much for the super fan. Thank you so much.
New Jersey, we need leaders like Mikey Sherrill. So yes.
I love how triggered people are in the comments.
Still hopeful.
Real president.
Yes,
that's what it looks like.
I believe our best days are ahead of us. But here's the thing, New Jersey. Even somebody as tough and talented as Mikey can't make it happen.
I love it.
Because all of us,
Shayna, thank you so much.
being tested right now. Our convictions are being tested. Donald Trump and the Republicans, they want you to think that change can only come from on high. That a few people in power make decisions. The rest of us just have to live with the consequences.
Sarah, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much towards my medical debt. We just hit exactly $1,100. Thank you.
From ordinary folks who believe we can do better and join together to make change happen. So it's up to all of us as citizens to stand up for the values that we profess. If we want a country that believes in free speech and fair elections and rule of law, then we can't just leave it to somebody else. We have to fight for those things, even when it's hard. As citizens,
Jacob with the $5. If Trump figures out the way to run a third term, would Obama run then? And how do you think he would do it? Also, this is for debt. Thank you, Jacob.
when those values are violated. If we believe in honesty and hard work and treating other people,
I think they finally conceded that fight.
we have to model it in our own lives, in our workplaces, in our schools, in our neighborhoods, in our places of worship. And if we want a government that is responsive and honest and competent, that works for the many.
You know Trump's watching this right now, fuming, right?
Then we've got to get out there and vote for it.
Like literally, he's watching this right now. Gotta be.
New Jersey, I remember just a year ago, I remember talking to folks who would tell me, this election doesn't matter. These some well-educated, bright, people. They say, whoever the next president ends up being, it's not going to affect me. That's what they would say. If nothing else, the last 9 months should have cured us of that idea. Because the stakes are now clear. We don't need to speculate about the dangers to our democracy. They're here.
True.
We don't need to wonder if harm's going to be done to vulnerable people, or whether the public conversation will become meaner and coarser. We're witnessing it. Elections matter, and they matter to you, and they matter to your family.
He cannot run for VP now.
We are being tested, and what is remarkable about America is that it gives us the power as citizens to change this country. We all have more power than we sometimes imagine. We just got to use it. So if you believe
I'm on
in
True
that better
Social. Nothing
story
right
of
now.
America,
Nothing yet.
you cannot sit this one out. As citizens, you have to vote for leaders like Mikey who believe in that story too. Leaders who care about your freedom. Leaders who will fight for your rights. Leaders who will go work every day to make your life a little bit better. Go get your friends. Grab your family members. Tell them to go out and vote. Because if you do that, New Jersey, if you meet this moment, if you believe change can happen, you will not just elect Mikey Sherrill, your next governor. You will not just put New Jersey on a path to a brighter future. You will set a glorious example for this nation.
This is live, yes.
Thank you.
Just finished watching it.
God bless you.
Yeah.
God bless America.
This is over now. It's like a minute or two behind or something. Let's go. New Jersey, do your shit, guys. Get out and fucking vote, New Jersey. Yeah. Agreed. That's what a president looks like. We love it, y'all. We love it. Cry harder, MAGA. Tears, literally tears, yeah. Didn't say anything hateful, right? Didn't have to fucking hate down on minority groups to make people feel good and like they want something, like they want to vote. That's what a real leader does. Yeah, class act. Never said Kafifi once. That's another good point. And the third of the size of turning point crowds. People who obsess over crowd size. It's so weird and fascist. Look at the crowd. Look at the. You didn't even see the crowd. You didn't even see the crowd. You're just sure that it's small. That no one cares. You want to make sure. Like this is you consoling yourself. This is what that is. That's you going. Whatever. Everybody else. My sheep black thinking tells me that the person who's correct has a bigger crowd size. Yeah, I care about what Obama said. Obama, still a man. Still a man. Walking class personified. At least Obama doesn't have a lie about his crowd sizes. Trump constantly lied about his crowd sizes. I love how, you know, Anyway, guys, I got to get off here soon. I love y'all. I am gonna see y'all tomorrow. I will probably do some Discord shenanigans with y'all later tonight, but I got a thing, so I got to dip. I love y'all. We've just about almost hit a 5-hour live. Thank y'all so much. I love you. Thank you so much to everybody who contributed to my medical debt. You guys are amazing. I love y'all. And I feel like can get this zipped up this week. I think we can do it. I love y'all. Chat. I will see y'all later tonight or tomorrow. Have a good night and keep your Discord notifications on. I will let you guys know if we do some movie night chat. I love yous. I'll catch y'all later. Bye.